it's good to see you live, and everyone who's watching a live stream. We're sorry you couldn't be with us, but hopefully we will continue to be holding these conferences in the future and then be able to meet up together. My name is Tamara Kojić, and I will be your host for these 2 days of the conference that we will be working to discuss the topics of co-working, community, the ways we work, remote work, and everything in between. I don't really want to speak so long because we've prepared a wonderful program for you. So to open the conference, I would like to invite Mr. Nevenko Herceg, the Prime Minister of Herzegovina-Neretva Canton, who will be joining us through a video call to open the conference today. Do we have Mr. Herceg with us? Looks like he's joining us any minute now. And then after that, we will hear from Aleksandar Janicic, representing the Two Code project. Let's just give this a little moment and see whether we can hear from the Prime Minister. Before we do begin, I would just like to remind everyone that there is a mask mandate in Montenegro, so please cover your face, meaning cover your mouth and nose while you are staying indoors, and please do try to maintain a distance. The reason we managed to do this physically is that we are going to be following this protocol, so we will be having some events outdoors as well for the sake of being more casual with it, but please, for these 2 days, unless you're a speaker on stage, we would request everyone to cover their mouths and their noses. Sounds like we can hear a voice. A voice coming from the dark.
Pozdrav moderatoru.
Dobar dan, gospodine Herceg, da li se čujemo?
Ja vas čujem, ali ne vidim ni vas ni sebe na linku konferencije.
Mislim da možemo da vidimo kako ćemo rešiti problem videa. Voleli bismo da vas vidimo.
Jel me vidite ili čujete?
Čujemo vas lepo, ali vas ne vidimo uopšte.
Ja sam uključio i video i glas i zvučnik. Sad ne znam što bi moglo biti problem. Znači, to je uključen video. Da, neki očito ovoga...
This has unfortunately been the reality of most of us for the past year and a half.
Možemo audio barem odraditi. Ako se vi slažete da bar onda audio odradimo moje izlaganje. Jer ja sam uključio i video i audio.
Ako ne ide, gospodine Herceg, mislim da ćemo svi biti zadovoljni, makar da vas čujemo. Drago nam je da ste se uključili, iako ne možete danas da budete sa nama, ali svakako ako imamo ovih video poteškoća, možete nam se obratiti i na ovaj način.
Evo, bitno je da se čujemo, a vidit ćemo se nekom drugom prilikom ili ako umeđu vremenu prorade i video veze, onda ćete mi vidjeti. Onda ću ja ovako govoriti, a žao mi je da ne možete me bar vidjeti video linkom na udaljenosti. Poštovani organizatori konferencije, poštovani panelisti i ostali sudionici ovog skupa, poštovane dame i gospodo, premda sam ranije preuzeo obaveze i na taj način sam spriječio što ne mogu biti i osobno s vama, zadovoljstvo mi je što sam u mogućnosti obratiti vam se na ovaj način i time iskazati i moju potporu samoj agendi, odnosno cilj ove konferencije. Mi smo svjedoci kako je poslovna svakodnevnica na globalnoj razini izložena kontinuiranim i često prebrzim mijenama, stoga je od ključne važnosti stalno pratiti svjetske trendove i osobito kad govorimo o poduzetništvu, usklađivati način svog poslovanja novim okolnostima i izazovima koje otvoreno tržište traži i naravno koje nudi. Tako se osobito posljednjih godina sve češće susrećemo sa pojedincima koji svoje profesionalne obaveze obavljaju neovisno o zemljopisnom prostoru, a trend takozvani freelancera i digitalnih nomada postaje i sve popularniji kod nas. Evo, tehnički smo riješili problem. Moji su iz ureda kupili novo računalo, tako da nismo podigli kameru da se vidimo. Jel se sad vidimo?
Se vidimo, hvala vam najviše.
Ispričavam se, do nas je tehnika je bila na našoj strani.
Nema problem. Nikakvih zamjerki.
Nastavljamo. Naravno u svijetu svih ovih osobitosti koje naš prostor nudi, kad govorimo o pogodnoj zemljopisnoj lokaciji, kad govorimo o ukupnom poslovnom okruženju kod nas, naročito o ugodnim ljudima i ono što često naglašavamo, neiscrpnim potencijalima prirodnih, povijesnih, turističkih i svih drugih bogatstava kojima na ovom prostoru raspolažemo, i sami smo svjesni važnosti potencijala privlačenja digitalnih nomada, odnosno njihovo povezivanje sa ovim našim prekrasnim krajevima. Ovo je poglavito tako kažem, bitno u svjetlu činjenice da je u Zastupničkom domu Parlamentarne skupštine BiH usvojena inicijativa kojim se traži reguliranja pitanja digitalnih nomada u Bosni i Hercegovini, odnosno od izvršne vlasti da Vijeće ministara razmatra izmjene i dopune zakona o strancima. Upravo je to na tom tragu. I stoga čestitam i zahvaljujem i INTERI Tehnološkom parku iz našeg Mostara i inovativno poduzetničkom centru Tehnopolis na nizu aktivnostima kojima promoviraju ovaj trend kako bi i naša zemlja Bosna i Hercegovina postala privlačna ovoj ciljanoj skupini. I čestitam na prepoznavanju važnosti na ovaj način konferencijskog razmatranja ove teme, odnosno silnog potencijala koja ova grana sobom nosi, osobito u vremenu pandemije ovog koronavirusa, koje samo po sebi od sviju nas u svim područjima traži određene premostnice, iznalaženje novih mogućnosti, ostvarivanja kontakata sa ciljem omogućavanja daljnjeg gospodarskog rasta i našeg napretka. Svako povezivanje, razmatranje ideja, iskustava, nešto je što mi pozdravljamo i što ćemo kao vlada Hercegovačko-neretvanske županije, nadam se i buduće, uvijek podržavati, tako i sa ovom konferencijom. I još jednom, kao što sam u uvodnom dijelu rekao, žalosti me činjenica što su me obaveze spriječile osobito danas biti sa vama, ali me, ponavljam, raduje što možemo barem ovako ostvariti kontakti i što mogu prenijeti ovu moju nedvojbenu poruku potpore vašem radu, koji će zasigurno iznijeti sigurne i plodonosne i opipljive rezultate. Evo da u uvodnom dijelu ja ne duljim, ja vam želim uspješan i rad i ugodno ozračje i srdačno vas pozdravljam. Hvala vam na pozivu da sudjelujem, hvala vam na pozornosti, praćenja i ispričavam se na malim tehničkim propustima, živi, zdravi, veseli i naravno dalje uspješni bili.
Hvala vam najljepše, gospodine Herceg.
Bilo mi zadovoljstvo i naravno kad i sljedeći put dobijem poziv, bit ću sudionik vaših konferencija i ponavljam da mi imamo jako dobru suradnju i kontakte sa našom INTERA Tehnološki Park u Mostaru i kad je bila nedavno konferencija Connecto i druge konferencije i aktivnosti na neki način sukladno našim mogućnostima ih podržavamo i sudjelujemo aktivno u njima.
Hvala vam najljepše, gospodine Herceg, radimo se da vas vidimo.
Zadovoljstvo mi bilo, svako dobro.
Sve najbolje. That was Mr. Herceg, the Prime Minister of Herzegovina, Neretva Canton, who joined us through video call to open this conference. And now we will continue with the opening segment. And we will hear from Aleksandar Janicic, who is the project manager of Code, who are organizing this conference. Aleksandar, please join me on stage.
Okay. When we are starting this type of conferences, people are usually referring to everybody. I will just say welcome our partners and our community, because we think of you as our partners and our community, and we are here because of you. It's amazing thing that even though these pandemic circumstances are currently influencing everybody, but we really tried and did a lot to host you today offline, not to have any type of online meeting or conference, and we are really glad that you're all here. My name is, as most of you know, Aleksandar Janicic, and I'm project manager in Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center Tehnopolis. I would like to greet you on behalf of our center. Our center has been, for the last 5 years, hardly working on development of business environment, technological development, and innovations development. And we have done a lot, I must say that. Various programs, many successful teams and startups, developed ideas, proof of concepts, crowdfunding campaigns, and many other things that we have developed during the last 5 years are really significant impact that we have done, not just in Montenegro, but also on a regional level. One of the things that we are really proud of is development of co-working community during the last couple of years. And the most important thing is that we develop the community, because without them, all the results and all the efforts that we managed to give would not have significant and this type of results. And what is the most important thing, we couldn't do it without support. First of all, the support from our strategic partners. So for me, it is really important today that we have our strategic partners, INTERA Tehnološki Park from Mostara, and the entire team that has co-organizing this conference, BIT Center from Tuzla, City of Zadar, and University of Zadar. Thank you for everything that you have done during the last couple of months in order to bring the people to Budva and to organize this conference. As you can see, the cooperation really matters, and without cooperation we couldn't do anything. And one of the best examples of cooperation, according to our opinion, is Interreg trilateral cooperation program, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro. The important thing to stress out is that this conference is part of Code project, Cooperation for Development of Cross-Border Business Environment Enhanced. And this project has been financed through the program for the programming period 2014-2020. The important thing of this program is that they realize the significance of cooperation among those three countries, and they have given us all the necessary tools and resources in order to organize different types of activities and events in order to enhance and accelerate business environment within our region. And the important thing is that we receive the type of continuity into our activities. So we are proud to say that this is the second edition of our project, and because of the long time frame of support from the program itself, we are now in possibility to present really concrete results of our cooperation. And one of the most important results are the co-working community, Code Hub co-working spaces, Code Hub network, and all of the other activities and resources that are around our base and our network. The cross-border cooperation program has allowed us to bring different partners here. And for me, it is really important that we are, from today, spreading the network of our partners. And I would really like to say thanks to all of you that managed to come to Budva and to join us from different cities and regions all around the Europe and globe. And for us, it is really important and additional impulse to continue working, let's say, more hard and to create better results at the end. On the other hand, what I must stress and what is the important thing in the following period, next to the support that we are receiving from different programs and donors, we need additional support from the state. And state needs to realize that we are here in order to commonly work and develop our co-working community, business environment, technological development, and the development of innovation. As I said at the beginning, the cooperation really matters. And for us, the most important thing is to bring all the necessary and relevant stakeholders together in order to have more voices and to have more significant and impactful type of results to our community. Within the scope of the two-code project, one of our main focuses is next to the development of supporting infrastructure such as Fab Labs and development of business environment itself is the development of co-working community. In the previous 4 years, we have managed to develop 4 co-working spaces called Code Hubs that are regionally developed in 4 cities in 3 countries. So we have co-working spaces in Nikšić, Mostar, Tuzla, and Zadar. We have developed additionally our network that gathers around not just our organization but also partner organization. We have been working a lot to develop the community through different type of motivational and educational programs and events in order to bring to the people the significance and impact of the co-working as a concept. Later on, we have additionally adopted our spaces and spread the network. At the end, we organized this conference in order to create significant basis for further development of co-working community in Montenegro with a specific type of focus on digital nomads and the influence that COVID-19 pandemic had not just on our organization but also to your organization and to the community itself. At the end, as I said, the most important thing is to communicate and to cooperate. So I'm quite sure that, as Tamara already said, that we have created together with all of you a great program, and I'm really looking forward to working with you for the next 2 days, and at the end, of course, to have a kind of conclusion that we will present to the wider community and that we will build a significant base on which we will develop later initiatives and, I'm sure, successful projects. So thank you all one more time, and it's really an honor and it's great to have you all here, and I'm really looking forward to speaking and cooperating with you during the next 2 days. So thank you one more time.
Thank you, Atso. When I got an invitation to participate in this conference, I didn't really have to think much about it. There's so much that's going on in the region, and it's all super exciting. So many changes, so many different initiatives, people coming together from different sectors, people who have never cooperated before in new ways of cooperation as well. This is the reason that we actually decided to make this sort of a program with a healthy mix of talks, panels, but also some serious breaks and some parties like the opening party last night, and we will be having another one tonight because we truly believe that the hospitality of Montenegrin people and also of the region really lies in this. When we have fun together, we actually change the world together. So I'm really happy to see all of you after last night's party, but we will talk more about that later. Now it's time to actually get serious. And that is the first talk that we will hear today. It's about getting serious. Without further ado, we will get to hear from Alex Aham, who has had so many different roles that it's pretty difficult to name them all, but I will try. He has been successful as a consultant in the field of flexible workspace, working from home, and the future of work. as a diversity, inclusion, and belonging advisor, talent and HR manager, business strategist, project and program manager, founder, coach, and mentor, speaker and presenter, facility manager, and producer. And today we will hear more about diversity from here. Alex, the floor is yours.
So hopefully, can everyone hear me? It sounds that way, okay. I'm taking the long way around. Okay. I won't fall, so, okay. Yeah, my first slide, great. So, good morning, everybody. Yeah. I'm going to do some audience participation. So, yeah, good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many people awake, alert, ready to go, ready for some audience participation. So, as you've heard, my name is Alex Ahom. I'm from London, West London to be more specific. I'm a father, entrepreneur, coach, co-working founder. I founded one of Northern Germany's first co-working spaces. Not the first, one of the first, which I'll talk about in a moment. And I'm also now a consultant, as you heard. So I've consulted real estate companies, co-working spaces, and some pretty interesting companies like Adidas, Allianz, the big German bank, and Microsoft. Don't worry, I won't go into too much detail and analysis. It's the first conference that many people have been to since the pandemic era, and I've met some of you in the last few days, and it's also some of the first experiences that you're having with co-working. So I'll leave the data and the deep dive to the others coming up. So this is more of a personal touch. As the previous speakers were saying, it's important that we get to know each other. We don't all know each other so well, so I wanted just to ease you in. I'm the warm-up act, so I'll go easy on you, as I said. But I know what it's like to work in a totally new way. Before I get into that, I wanted to kind of share some personal stories with you. But I'm super excited to talk here today about digital nomads, the future of work, community, and diversity. Digital nomads, for me, and flexible workers, are real heroes. And I wanted to take a moment to give those people a round of applause. So here's the audience participation. So please give those people a round of applause. Thank you. They come in all shapes and sizes, backgrounds, ages, and that's quite different from the traditional world of work. And that's why I wanted to congratulate them, because they represent change. And that's the moment I wanted to kind of take to consider and acknowledge everybody in the room who is either working nomadically or has thought about working nomadically. As I said, I met some people last night from Croatia, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, from America, working all over the world and joining us today. So it's great to have, as I said, a room full of diversity. So we're on a journey. I don't know if many people are aware of the term a hero's journey, but it's a writing style where you follow a character, you follow a main protagonist through ups and downs. And that's really what the world of work is these days. The workplace has had some crazy changes in the last 40 years. But the largest problems stem from when workers are out of touch with the workplace, with the environments we work in, with the culture we have in the office. And even the way we measure success in the workplace has changed. And that's why we need to adapt the way we work, and that's what so many of us are doing here. You see, the way that we view work, the way we experience work, was invented in the 1700s. So what we consider work to be was invented in the 1700s, mid-1700s. Sociologists say that is one of the reasons why we have fewer wars these days compared to back then and before. We're actually too busy to fight. We're focused on what we have to do. And And that is an important change. Work is taking up all of our time, all of our emotion, all of our brain power. So I want you to cast your mind back to simpler times, times when people maintained their own land and that was their work. But as populations exploded, we needed more. Our attentions changed and focused on commerce. People started to create more tangible products and realized the power of money. Primary and secondary businesses began to scale, but still at this time we had simple lives. We could provide for our families, we could spend time with our families, we could achieve our personal goals through our work. It almost sounds like a different age because many of us are not quite there yet. Many of us have jobs, but still we're not quite reaching our personal goals yet. So I want to ask a question. What happens when people are busy but not productive? What happens when people feel they don't have enough recognition or reward for the time and the energy they put in at work? Today, we produce fewer tangible goods, and the cost of living has become unpaired with our ability to make money. Now, I'm a big social media guy. Recently, I've been experimenting with TikTok, and I was speaking to one of my new followers, and he was a guy from Hungary, and he was studying business and also working 3 jobs. And he went on to tell me how, even though he had 3 jobs, as I said before, he was still unable to fund the lifestyle he wanted. And it made me think of how many people are in a similar situation to him. And that wouldn't be common even a few years ago in developed countries, in bigger cities. Usually, our work, our time is enough to fund what we want to do and how we want to live. And so something is changing. So I want to take us back to the financial bubble bursting. The year was 2008, and many of the world's biggest companies were faceless. We couldn't even recognize some of these big companies. But the crash showed us something. It showed us something very important. It showed us that we can't rely on the traditional jobs market. We can't rely on the jobs to return after that crisis. The biggest challenge in the workplace is dealing with these changes. But every challenge, I feel, has a solution, and we are that solution. The workforce is demanding more. The people, the workers, the employees are demanding to be treated better. They want something different than what exists. And business have to take us seriously. I'm going to change my slide. I think we're all bored of Usain Bolt. So this is a digital nomad. Or what many people think a digital nomadism is. So, now that's all very anecdotal. But what about me? Well, I'm not a digital nomad, unlike her, unlike many of you in the audience. But I have moved many times from job to job. I've moved, as you heard from my rather long but fantastic introduction. I have moved from job to job. I have moved also from industry to different kind of sector. And I've moved countries. I'm from the UK, I'm from London, as I said. I currently live in Germany. And that's not uncommon at all. Flexibility is the way of the future. And it's becoming normalized. I'm sure I'm not the only person in the room that has studied one thing at university or college and now working in a different field. So I moved to Germany because I realized that the city I'm from, the city I love London. I don't know if many people here have been to London, but I'm in love with my city. But I realized also that it was in some ways holding me back. Many of you know that we often learn outside of our comfort zone, and in many ways London was my comfort zone. So I moved with a lot of research and kind of conversation with extended friends and network. I moved to Germany. And after a year of not finding the correct career progression for me, I decided to open a co-working community. I was meeting way too many people who, unlike me and my network, I met a lot of people who weren't fulfilled by what they did, who weren't happy with how they were working. They didn't have a sense of pride in what they were doing. So building a new space for me was a big challenge, but I felt it was necessary. It took a lot of time, it took a lot of effort. I didn't have funding from Europe or anywhere else. I didn't have a network, so to speak of, in my new country. I didn't even speak the language. But part of why it worked, and part of why I was able to start this community and grow it from a few meetups across the city into a fully functional community that had a home, had a base. At the time, one of the second largest co-working space in the city. One of the ways I was able to do that was my mindset, I believe, and my commitment to my personal values, my core values that I often spoke about, which were community, collaboration, accessibility, openness, and sustainability. And those 5 core values that overlap with some of the core values of co-working. The other reason why it worked, in my opinion, was my thoughts and feelings about the future of work, flexible workers and digital nomads. For me, they aren't an afterthought. In actual fact, unlike some of the other spaces that I had experienced, I built my space with them in mind and with them. I consulted them as I built the space, and I built it, as I said, we almost built this space together. It wasn't an afterthought. And it worked. It took some time, but I was able to start this co-working space, and I'm quite happy to talk more about this space, in the break times and in the evenings. But while I was building this space, I thought back to a small conference I went to, much smaller than this, while I was working at Apple years before. I connected with a Bosnian lady by the name of Sarah, and she spoke to me about how her view of work in Eastern Europe, and how from Albania up to Poland, she explained how women were integral to the way work was going to change. And that made a lot of sense to me, because where I'm from in London with the history, I won't bore you with the history of my part of London, but we have a long history with Jamaicans and Irish coming together, especially Jamaican women and Irish women forming businesses. And my mum being Jamaican as well, she told me these stories about women changing the way things work. So this story that I heard from Sarah, the Bosnian lady, it made sense to me. And I wanted also to make sure that women were represented well in my co-working space, and they were. The percentage of women coming to my community, or our community, not my community, our community, your community, the percentage of women was actually the highest in Hamburg. But my image of work was met with ridicule in Hamburg, where I was. People told me Germany was too traditional for my idea. This is an American idea. This is a foreign idea. This kind of way of work, what you're talking about, would never work here. People told me that women should be at home, and also what makes me think that a foreigner could come here and change the way that Germans think about their workforce, about the way that work should be. Well, this only spurred me on. My personality, I'm very determined, so this kind of feedback only pushed me further into what I wanted to do. And I asked many of the female participants, female community members in my, in the community, how they felt about the work, and also some of the digital nomads and the remote workers. And actually, they told me that this so-called successful way of working in Germany wasn't so helpful for them. And I realized that this idea isn't shared by everybody. So there is a space for the others. Oh, and the other reason why I felt I could do it personally is purely, again, down to my conditioning, my education, my upbringing. I have confidence in who I am. I have confidence in what I can do. I just believed that I not only was it the right thing to do, but that I could be the right person to do it. And anyway, there are reasons why, going back to my core values, that I feel that it was time to do it. And also reasons why I'm here today, to speak to everybody and other events that I've spoken to or helped at, participated at. The old way is not sustainable. Going back to one of those core values, sustainability. The old way we work is not sustainable. People are burning out. They're going bankrupt. There are all kinds of problems with businesses, with real estate issues. The old way is not sustainable. Living in London, for example, isn't cheap. As much as I love it, it's not cheap. It's very expensive. And the quality of life is certainly much higher here, depending upon your priorities, but I would definitely think that the quality of life is higher here. And that brings me back to the bold and the fearless people in our hero's journey. The reality is that life is scary. Starting a new business is scary. Building relationships is not easy, but we do it anyway. And that's what I'd encourage everyone to do in all your jobs, your projects. Do them anyway. It's not easy, but we are the heroes. As we said earlier, as we clap for each other here, we are the heroes in this story. We are the successes because of the stories we tell, because of the projects that we undertake. I'm going to change the slide now. She's had enough of the spotlight. Oh, no. Disaster. Oh. Okay. Yes. My final slide, don't worry. So, over the last 10 years or so, there's been a lot of talk about the future of work and work and life, and of course this phrase work-life balance. Well, personally, I've come to the conclusion that work-life balance doesn't exist. There is no balance between work and life. If you think of balance, often the scale comes to mind. This scale where you have work at one end and at the opposite end, life. Well, of course, for many of us, work and life are not opposites. They're so entangled with each other, intertwined. They are almost one and the same thing. Work is life. Just like colleagues, they are friends. They're not opposites. Many of our colleagues, not all of our colleagues. I know we're not friends with everybody, but many of our colleagues are also friends. And we meet our friends, we meet potential partners at work. So there is sometimes no difference, but of course we have to acknowledge that, of course, that there are differences. Work and play can be different. But trust plays a huge part in those definitions for me. So whether you work alone, whether you travel the world, coming from Northern America to work in Budva, like I met few people yesterday, or you work from home, having a trusted support network is key. Now I have, before I was kind of tinkering with TikTok, I was quite active on LinkedIn. And I realized, yes, after now I have something like 26,000 connections on LinkedIn, I do get opportunities coming in my inbox, more than I did when I had 200 or 300 connections. But I also meet many people who I can't support, who I can't help, or they can't help me. But the most successful digital nomads and modern workers that I've met personally in these events, or even in my co-working space, which was about 500 square meters, and it was well known in after a few years. So we had digital nomads and people coming from all over. But the most successful people that I met had this support network, had a trusted circle of friends, of colleagues, and that's what real community is. Being a part of a group that acknowledges you, that understands your skills, that supports you and wants you to grow. So it's so important, again, if I underline anything, to build these trustworthy structures. The modern co-worker has different skills compared to employees 30 years ago. We have different tools, and that's fine because our work has changed. We need that. when one door closes, as it has in my situation, another door opens. And speaking of opening doors and tools, we need a toolbox. But what good would a toolbox be if it only had hammers in it? We need different tools. We need a diverse toolbox, diverse in terms of age, color, background, ethnicity, gender, and so on. We need this. Yes, our workplaces are going to look different in the future, but more importantly, they have to be different. As I said, I'm from the UK, where traditionally, many of you know that that a lot of the power and opportunities are in small circles. Many of our nobility, important people, royalty, politicians, they all live in one area, and they went to one of two universities, and that has to change. The world has to open up. We have to open up. So, what did I learn about getting serious on cross-border culture as I opened this co-working space that brought people together from all over the world? What did I learn about community building as I built this space alone? As I said, with no funding, no network, so I had to, the only way I could do it was to just go out and speak to people. Well, I learned to ask a lot of questions. How can we think differently? How can we think outside the box if we've all been conditioned and educated the same way? Won't we see challenges with the same view if we all think the same way? So to come up with new solutions, like co-working, like co-living, we need to look at these challenges from different perspectives, and that's why diversity is so important. But diversity is only the first step. Diversity will change that, but it's only the first step. Inclusion and belonging are next. Having teams of people who are mixed in many ways is fantastic, but those people need to be empowered. They need to be connected and valued. Change and diversity, as I said, isn't enough. We need sustainable, open, collaborative community spaces that are built with the future in mind. So, that's the end of my dialogue with you. Dialogue is not really a dialogue, it's a monologue. That's the end of my speech, let's say. That's a nicer way of putting it. But the past is gone. I wanted to remind everyone that the past is gone. How we've done things before has gone. And we here have the opportunity to build a new future. So my final question to everyone for you to think about is, what do we want the future to look like? And it's with that I'll hand it back to everyone to think about, and we can discuss that in the breaks, in the evenings. How will we build a better future, a future with change? Well, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Alex, for this talk. And do we have a question for Alex before we go for this break? We do not have a question online, but it looks like we do have a question in the audience. If we could get a microphone there, maybe use these couple of minutes that we have before the break to actually continue the discussion here.
Hi, I'm Maya. Oh, okay. It's a very short question. Where in Germany was your co-working? I might have missed the town.
No problem. So the space was in Hamburg, so northern Germany. So it's the second biggest city in Germany behind Berlin, and it's catching up to the size of Berlin soon. But
I was wondering whether it was a small village, a small town, or something big as Hamburg.
Big city.
Thank you.
So I think it's about 1.8 million people now. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Berlin's like 2.1, 2.2. But yeah, big city. And one of the reasons why I wanted to start a co-working space there, you know, many of us are familiar with the advantages that co-working can bring, but it's a crazy situation because such a big city, there were really only a handful of spaces. Even today, there were still a handful of spaces. You know, I know Amsterdam pretty well, and Amsterdam has about 800,000 people and almost 200 spaces of different definitions, but about 200 spaces these days. And when I started Shared, there was one other space, and Shared is the name of my co-working space. And I think at one point there were 6 or 7, excluding WeWork and all these kind of things. They're not co-working. But Yeah, about 6 or 7. 2 or 3 of those have closed down again before I did. But yeah, Hamburg, big city, loads of people, no competition. Very strange.
And still not easy to set it up.
Sorry?
Still not so easy to set it up, as you said. It took some time without the funding and so on.
Yeah, co-working is worth it, though. I'm very positive about co-working, but culture is important. Work culture is important, and that's. I've never been one to kind of talk bad about other companies, but that's part of.
Yes, I saw some hands. We have a question in the.
Yeah.
Can I do a quick question now? I have the microphone. So sorry if I not Googling right, but is your co-working space still existing in Hamburg?
Right. So I closed the space. I'm not going to say that I could see the future. I'm not that brilliant, but yeah, a few weeks before Corona, before the pandemic, again. So you know. The idea that people have of co-working is oftentimes this WeWork, 35,000 square meter places with, 5,000 people inside. I'll be quick. But actually 80% of spaces are 500 square meters or smaller. They were when I got that data. But a lot of spaces are smaller. So we have different challenges with sustainability, with funding, all those kind of things. As I said, I was happy with the space. The community was happy nonetheless. But to be honest with you, I felt it was time to restaurant. Everybody knows pizza. It was explaining what is pizza for 4 years, and that takes away from the offer. So
we have time for one more question. There was a hand over here, and then we can continue during the coffee break.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
Great speech, by the way. You said many interesting things, but I want to just make a point on two. When you mention having 9 to 5 jobs, they're thinking about the rent, they're thinking about what are we going to eat tomorrow. So it's not easy to, even when you feel uncomfortable, to start a project or to do something extra when you have family or when you have responsibilities. Yeah. So that's the first thing. So all of us who are lucky enough, to find our ways, yes, before and now we are working as a digital nomads or whatever thing we do that we love. So this is kind of a gift. And
to keep it short, if you can, but I think this is a really important conversation to be had.
Yeah. So let's continue this, on another platform. But let me try and answer it in a quick way. You're talking about things being unnatural. It's forced and it's unnatural. Many things around us are unnatural and forced. And if we leave the imbalance, if we leave the way things are to fix itself naturally, we'll be waiting too long. So what I mean by that is, if we talk about women, women are underrepresented in the workplace. Women are underrepresented in management positions, in director roles. Based on how many women are educated and who want, I'm not saying every woman must, but educated and who want to be in a management role, there are very few that make it for a reason. If we wait for this imbalance to fix itself, then it will take too long. So the reason why we must take action, whether it's this or anything else, sometimes we shouldn't wait until things get too bad. If your roof is leaking and it's one drop, you don't wait until the whole roof falls down and breaks in. We must take action early. And that's what we must do. And it's not just for women, it's for many other groups as well. We're not talking about white men, making them the enemy, and that's my final point. White men are not the enemy. They are also a very important part of the solution. We don't alienate all white men just to put only women in power. We can all have a better work experience. And that is what work and co-work, the future work, is all about, for everybody having a better work experience.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was Alex Saham, And I do believe that now we have a wonderful topic that we can continue discussing during our break. We are going to be taking the break out here, and you can also go outside, of course. The break is powered by Salto Systems, who are our friends, and they have a corner also in the coffee break zone, so you can go talk to them and see what they actually are doing. See you back here at noon when we will continue with the rest of the program. Thanks.
Očekujete saznati nešto novo? Vjerujete da znanje može promijeniti svijet? Ekskluzivni intervjui, vrhunski kolumnisti, premium video sadržaj, nagrađivani dokumentarci, jer uvijek ste u potrazi za najboljim. Mi također. Večernji list premium. Za one koji traže više.
We create connections and build economies. Throughout our massive travel network and constantly build the critical solutions that can help your companies. We've been doing it for more than 10 years, and we're just getting started, innovating, developing, moving fast. What we do: consulting, strategic management, marketing and communication, digital, content creation, bits, annual sales growth of approximately 28% after 6 months, global and local exposure reaching unique traffic of more than 140 million people, more than 3.5 million industry-related users worldwide. SEO optimization, #1 Google rankings for local search, integrated booking and ticketing solution. How does it work? Get a quote. We receive your needs and information about your project. Fill out a creative brief. We match you with our team of local experts. Collaborate in our powerful network.
Decenije avaza, najjače medijske korporacije u BiH. Osnovani smo 1991. godine u Sarajevu. Prije rata, tokom rata, poslije rata. Uvijek s narodom, uvijek uz Bosnu i Hercegovinu, uvijek uz naše vjerne čitaoce i neotuđivo pravo javnosti da zna sve. Mi stvaramo trajne vrijednosti.
Želite vidjeti nešto neočekivano? Očekujete saznati nešto novo? Vjerujete da znanje može promijeniti svijet? Ekskluzivni intervjui, vrhunski kolumnisti, premium video sadržaj, nagrađivani dokumentarci, jer uvijek ste u potrazi za najboljim. Mi također. Večernji list premium. Za one koji traže više.
We create connections and build economies. Throughout our massive travel network and constantly build the critical solutions that can help your companies. We've been doing it for more than 10 years, and we're just getting started, innovating, developing, moving fast. What we do: consulting, strategic management, marketing and communication, digital, content creation, bits, annual sales growth of approximately 28% after 6 months, global and local exposure reaching unique traffic of more than 140 million people, more than 3.5 million industry-related user worldwide. SEO optimization, #1 Google rankings for local search, integrated booking and ticketing solution. How does it work? Get a quote. We receive your needs and information about your project. Fill out a creative brief. We match you with our team of local experts. Collaborate in our powerful network.
Decenija avaza, najjače medijske korporacije u BiH. Osnovani smo 1991. godine u Sarajevu. Prije rata, tokom rata, poslije rata. Uvijek s narodom, uvijek uz Bosnu i Hercegovinu, uvijek uz naše vjerne čitaoce i neotuđivo pravo javnosti da zna sve. Mi stvaramo trajne vrijednosti.
Želite vidjeti nešto neočekivano? Očekujete saznati nešto novo? Vjerujete da znanje može promijeniti svijet? Ekskluzivni intervjui, vrhunski kolumnisti, premium video sadržaj, nagrađivani dokumentarci, jer uvijek ste u potrazi za najboljim. Mi također. Večernji list premium. Za one koji traže više.
We create connections and build economies. Throughout our massive travel network and constantly build the critical solutions that can help your companies. We've been doing it for more than 10 years, and we're just getting started, innovating, developing, moving fast. What we do: consulting, strategic management, marketing and communication, digital, content creation, bits, annual sales growth of approximately 28% after 6 months, global and local exposure reaching unique traffic of more than 140 million people, more than 3.5 million industry-related user worldwide. SEO optimization, #1 Google rankings for local search, integrated booking and ticketing solution. How does it work? Get a quote. We receive your needs and information about your project. Fill out a creative brief. We match you with our team of local experts. Collaborate in our powerful network.
Decenije avaza, najjače medijske korporacije u BiH. Osnovani smo 1991. godine u Sarajevu. Prije rata, tokom rata, poslije rata. Uvijek s narodom, uvijek uz Bosnu i Hercegovinu, uvijek uz naše vjerne čitaoce i neotuđivo pravo javnosti da zna sve. Mi stvaramo trajne vrijednosti.
Želite vidjeti nešto neočekivano? Očekujete saznati nešto novo? Vjerujete da znanje može promijeniti svijet? Ekskluzivni intervjui, vrhunski kolumnisti, premium video sadržaj, nagrađivani dokumentarci, jer uvijek ste u potrazi za najboljim. Mi također. Večernji list premium. Za one koji traže više.
We create connections and build economies. Throughout our massive travel network and constantly build the critical solutions that can help your companies. We've been doing it for more than 10 years, and we're just getting started, innovating, developing, moving fast. What we do: consulting, strategic management, marketing and communication, digital, content creation, bits, annual sales growth of approximately 28% after 6 months, global and local exposure reaching unique traffic of more than 140 million people, more than 3.5 million industry-related users worldwide. SEO optimization. Number 1 Google rankings for local search. Integrated booking and ticketing solution. How does it work? Get a quote. We receive your needs and information about your project. Fill out a creative brief. We match you with our team of local experts. Collaborate in our powerful network.
Decenije avaza, najjače medijske korporacije u BiH. Osnovani smo 1991. godine u Sarajevu. Prije rata, tokom rata, poslije rata. Uvijek s narodom, uvijek uz Bosnu i Hercegovinu, uvijek uz naše vjerne čitaoce i neotuđivo pravo javnosti da zna sve. Mi stvaramo trajne vrijednosti.
Želite vidjeti nešto neočekivano? Očekujete saznati nešto novo? Vjerujete da znanje može promijeniti svijet? Ekskluzivni intervjui, vrhunski kolumnisti, premium video sadržaj, nagrađivani dokumentarci, jer uvijek ste u potrazi za najboljim. Mi također. Večernji list premium. Za one koji traže više.
Once again, hello, once again, sorry about that, and welcome back from the break. I hope that you enjoy the break and the beginning of the conference day. I will once again remind you that there is a mask mandate in Montenegro, meaning that we need to be wearing face coverings, covering the mouth and the nose while we are staying indoors, and also trying to keep physical distance whenever possible. Okay, so now it's time to start with our first panel of the conference, and I will be inviting Nina Pantovic on stage. She will be moderating this panel. Welcome, Nina. Nina is the coordinator of NGO Code and is experienced in project reporting, project management, and event planning. She also works as a podcast presenter and content creator and will be moderating our first panel of the conference. Nina, I will let you announce who are your panel participants today.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you. As you already heard, I am Nina. I will be moderating the first panel of cross-border region, and the topic is digital nomads, and could our region be the new hotspot for digital nomads? I will invite the panelists to join me on stage. They are Jan de Jong. He's a co-founder of Web Power Adria, and he's a guy from Netherlands that met a Croatian in Netherlands and then went to live in Croatia and work. Please, Jan, join me. The next one is Senad Šantić, a young guy from Bosnia, works in... I'm so sorry, a young guy from Bosnia and Herzegovina, my bad. He's an entrepreneur and he's a co-founder of Zendev. It's an IT consulting agency and I'm calling him to join me. Last but not the least, from Montenegro, our own Dragan Čabarkapa, founder of Dev Club community. It's the largest community for IT sector in Montenegro. And he was a guest in my podcast, and he's a senior software engineer. Please welcome him. So, guys, the first will be Jan. I would like to ask you, what benefits do you see in our region for digital nomads? What are the current benefits that they enjoy?
The benefits for the digital nomads or for the country?
For digital nomads.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously, I was born and raised in the Netherlands, grew up there. When I was 22 years old, I moved myself from Netherlands to Croatia. And what I found actually in Croatia is an amazing lifestyle. And it's beautiful weather, it's great food. In Croatia, at least, great internet connection. Actually, the moment that I entered Montenegro, I was without any reception. Mobile phone was like that. But that probably has to do with the operator. But I mean, it's really... it offers a great lifestyle, and I can just imagine if you are living off of let's say an American salary or a foreign salary in this region, you can have a really, really good life.
What would be the downsides? What is the difficulties that they meet during their stay?
I mean, maybe still the lack of community. I mean, I think that there is not a big expat community in our region compared to other regions, and I think that that's something that needs to grow over time. And I think that if we are going to attract more and more, let's say, remote work professionals to come to this region, building this community, I think that, you know, once the community is getting bigger, it's only going to attract more and more people to come.
Thank you. Senad, what would be the benefits in Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Well, I can only speak for myself. I mean, for the people that know, I grew up in Sweden almost my entire life, and one of the things that I was talking to Jan earlier today was that I created a passive income online for myself from Google Ads. And obviously, when you make an income off of websites that you build like that, you can choose anywhere you want to live and have that same amount of income. So when I was faced with the question of, you know, where do I want to live now, I started thinking about countries that are famous for digital nomads, such as Bali, Thailand, and so on. But then in the end, I figured, you know, why not go to my home country? Because when we talk about community, I already have some sort of a community there. You know, I have relatives, I have people that I already know there, and it offers a lot of the similar things. It's very affordable. You know, even though Croatia is affordable as well, Bosnia is probably even more affordable. The dollar will get you further. It has beautiful climate. It's important here to separate Herzegovina, right, from Bosnia, because it's a very different climate in two senses. And that's also one of the beauties of it. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, I mean, we can be in Mostar and, you know, have serious heat waves, and then in the winter time in Sarajevo, you can go skiing. So we have some of those benefits. And obviously, I take the car down to the ocean in Montenegro and in Croatia as well. So everything's nearby, kind of. It's a beautiful location, very affordable. And just based off of that, I thought that it would be a great place for me to live. In the end, I didn't choose to live off of that income from those websites. I wanted to do something more to contribute to the community, so that's why I started the IT company. But I was certainly thinking in the direction of the way that a digital nomad thinks when I made that decision.
Can you tell me, did you have difficulties, like Alex mentioned earlier, explaining what is pizza for 4 years? Was it a new idea the IT company and the digital nomad?
Yeah, the whole way that I got into digital nomads was just that I had gone through this thought process that I just told you once, and then I figured one day, why don't I make a video to promote Bosnia and Herzegovina as a digital nomad destination? It's a very low-hanging fruit. I thought it was very easy to make the case for it. And I made that and put it out on LinkedIn. It got a great response, and a guy by the name of Jan de Jong just wrote a great video. And I was like, wow, cool. And then I clicked on his profile, and I said, oh, he's already done the darn thing, right? He's just 18 months ahead of me with a digital nomad visa. So this summer I just went to his house. So I just wanted the blueprint for how to do this thing. Obviously, there are some differences in the politics and stuff like that, how to get it done. But everything, was kind of in place. And I'm sorry, what was your question? It was I kind of went on a rant.
Did you have difficulties to gather the community and to explain what you do?
Yeah, I think people were confused what the whole thing was. But now I think that the buzzword has been gone enough times around, and especially now with the COVID situation, that I think most people are familiar with what a digital nomad is now as well. We've been able to push it through that LinkedIn post into the parliament as well, so it is being discussed as an option to get a digital nomad visa in Bosnia and Herzegovina as well. So it's not as under the radar as it used to be.
If I may, we actually spoke about that when you were at my place. That, I mean, maybe a lot of people are not familiar with the term digital nomad, but what is something that you can explain in Croatia, because that's something that we understand, is that this is kind of like a long-term tourism. So when it was presented in that way also to the ministries, that's something that right away clicked and they understood, and that's when they decided to go forward with it.
Yeah, so you have to make it appealing. Yeah.
We have to sell it, yes.
Thank you, Dragan. The same question for you. You can tell us a bit about Montenegro. What are the benefits of coming and working here as a digital nomad, and what are the downsides?
So my 2 minutes for promoting Montenegro. So yeah, Montenegro is a beautiful country, and probably mostly from foreigners undiscovered yet, because our national touristic organizations or institutions don't do marketing for ourselves. So if you are a digital nomad and you come to Montenegro, you can experience most of these benefits that others mentioned. So it's cheap life, for example, like you can afford most of the things for much less than compared to other countries, especially Western countries. You have like really hospitable people here, which will be interested to know what you do, how you work, to share knowledge or get the knowledge from you. And you will also, there's a low rate of criminal, and that's something which is important. And we have a really good climate. You can enjoy in all these coastal regions, and also in the winter go to the mountains and ski, which is amazing if you think about that. It takes only 1 hour to get from the coast to the mountains. So we still, regarding the drawbacks, we still don't have developed very well infrastructure for all these new types of work, like digital nomads or remote workers. But we are pushing into direction, and in that direction, and current political climate is in Montenegro especially is really in support for doing these new kind of initiatives, providing new conditions and providing digital nomad visa in a couple of months. That's the inside information, because I'm part of the working group in Montenegro that is doing this kind of law changes that are going to happen in the next couple of months if our assembly, Parliament Assembly, starts working and starts doing their job.
I don't know, maybe this is a question I will also ask somebody from the audience later, but what are the expectancies of a digital nomad? What does he require to say that some destination is good for, accept these natural beauties we have? What is the key to bring them here and to keep them longer?
If that's a question for me, I would say community. Community is the #1 priority. We still lack in number of people who understand what digital nomad is and how to gather them, how to make them special, how they can collaborate and feel the place where they're staying in a proper way, like to experience all the beauty, but also the personal relationships with the people that are similar to them or have similar thinking about how they work or about how they will work in the future, what they will create in the future as a products or services for others.
For Senat, the same question, but what is it that makes people come to Bosnia and work as digital nomads?
Quite honestly, right now there's not too many of them that come. After I made that video, there were a few, and they got in touch with me in Mostara, and I tried to talk to them what it was, and they said, you sold it good, right? So that has to be a part of it. You have to make good marketing for the country, you know, what it is that we offer, and it's those things that I mentioned, you know, we got beautiful weather, everything's kind of nearby. Many other countries are nearby as well, so it's easy to get around. All of those things are in place, and then it's the same thing that we were talking about here earlier, the community, and it's really a kind of a what came first, the hen or the egg situation, right? We don't have anybody coming because there's not a community yet, and we don't have a community because there's nobody coming. So I think to get to that point, there has to be a massive marketing push happening in one time, so that, you know, like they're doing in Zadar now currently, you know, building a village for digital nomads. That way you're expressing out to the world that we do want to become a destination for this. Just come here and we'll build a community.
For Jan, in our talk earlier, you mentioned that Croatia is the 7th country in the world that has a digital nomad visa. Can you tell us a bit more about that? And can you tell me what are other plans of the state for easing the stay for digital nomads?
So the initiative started summer last year. And when I started actually talking with the ministries, one of the first things that I mentioned and that I emphasize is that I really think that this is where the world is going to, that more and more countries are going to open up their borders to welcome digital nomads. And if that's anyway the case, then wouldn't you want to be among the first countries to do something like that, rather than to be country number 50 to open up your borders? Because very much I believe in first mover advantage. In pretty much all my businesses, I like to enjoy first mover advantage. And I think that Croatia also had to enjoy first mover advantage by welcoming those digital nomads, because I knew that once we would have legislation in place like this, that the world would be writing about it. And they did. You know, we were covered by CNN Travel, CNBC, Washington Post, Lonely Planet. They all wrote about Croatia being a digital nomad welcoming country. So, yeah, and now of course, now that we have actually for a change the law on our side in Croatia, now it's about the private sector actually leaning in and really creating products and services and building community so that more and more people would actually enjoy coming to Croatia. But the marketing machine is running, basically.
Could you tell us more about the nomadic village in Zadar?
Yeah, so not too long ago actually, there was this first digital nomad village started on the island of Madeira, which was done by Gonçalo Hall, a gentleman from Portugal. And very soon after he started that, they got a lot of traction. Very soon after that, I contacted him, and I spoke with him, and I told him basically that I want him to help me to build one in Croatia as well. He shared me all the successes on how many digital nomads actually decided to come to Madeira because of everything that was written about the village. Thousands of people signed up wanting to come to that village, and I wanted to again have something like that for Croatia too. But for something like that, you need money. And even though, I'm volunteering in everything that I do connected to digital nomads, this is obviously not something that I make a living with or from. But I was not going to just chip in myself the money to build a digital nomad village. So I was looking for at least also support from the Ministry of Tourism. They told me at that moment that for now, at least, the focus was going to be on the high season, that we could maybe talk about this after the season ended. In the meanwhile, I basically shared the idea of building a village like this with a lot of individuals in Croatia. And of course, I was secretly hoping that somebody would decide to go for something like this. And there were actually two guys that I met in Solin, near Split. And I told them about all the successes that they have achieved in Madeira, and they are kind of in the real estate business. And they decided to go for it. So they spoke with the tourist board in Zadar, They spoke with Falkensteiner Hotel. They have those, the glamping site, let's say, those mobile homes, beautiful mobile homes, that are pretty much empty over the winter. Like 6-7 months a year, they're completely empty. And they made a deal with Falkensteiner Hotel for them to develop a digital nomad valley, Zadar. And in December last year, I actually, together also with Tanya and one more lady who is not here today with us in Montenegro, but we co-founded the Digital Nomad Association. And as a co-founder of the association, we of course want to support any private initiative that is there to contribute to further develop this community. So yeah, the guys that are starting the valley, they can definitely count on our support there. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Also, I would like to ask you to give us an advice on how to make it more appealing to the government, to the people that are supposed to work on this topic and creating the visa and the benefits. How can we make them more appealing, this topic, and what is the benefit to the state from digital nomads? What do we have from it?
That's a very good question. So, and I get this question all the time, you know, what's in it for us, basically, as a country? So I think, first of all, if I speak for Croatia, but I think that I can speak for the entire region,
yes, of course.
We have a tremendous brain drain here, you know. Most young, talented people, smart people, very often they decide to move abroad to mostly very rainy countries to find their happiness and their opportunities over there. In Croatia alone, I know that in the past 10-15 years, about 500,000 people have left. And these are not people that were retired, you know. These are people that we actually need in the country to build our economy. By welcoming digital nomads, you're actually reversing the brain drain. So for a change, we're going to welcome smart and talented people to come to Croatia. And then, of course, there's an economic impact. I mean, the other day I read somewhere that a digital nomad has a 25-time bigger impact on the economy than a regular tourist. I mean, first of all, they stay longer. They use also other products and services. I mean, most tourists, when they go to Croatia, they don't go to a hair salon, you know, because they went to a hair salon before they went on a holiday, as a matter of saying. But digital nomads, they're here to stay for a much longer period of time, and they will act and behave like everybody else that is living for a longer time in this country. So they're going to use a different kind of services, and at the end, we're talking about big new revenue stream that we would usually not have gotten.
So they are very important for the local economy, for the microeconomy.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Now to Senad. I don't know what's the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I know that in Montenegro we are lacking in co-working spaces. And these are, co-working spaces are the base to have somebody here who can rent an office and work from there for a bit. Could there be like a cross-border region cooperation similar to this one, where you can convert some old spaces and have a help from the government to create co-working spaces that are maybe communal from the community, and how to make them sustainable?
You certainly need them, obviously, because I mean you can go the route of getting your own apartment in a new city and working from that apartment. That's obviously how most people have worked the past 18 months, so that's always an option. But I think for the social aspect and the way things are, the direction that the world is headed, is that you're going to want people that have a hybrid between those two things. You're going to want to have a place where you meet with people, but then a lot of the times you are going to work from home as well. And there are those things, obviously. I know in Mostar we have a code hub. It's a part of the INTERA organization as well, very much involved in that. Sarajevo with Ted's house as well. I think some of those people are in the audience here as well. Obviously, I'm not sure. I mean, I talked about earlier that we need to make a strong marketing push for this, but then we also need to be ready when those people come. I know, the size of the area that we have in Mostar. If 15 people come at once, maybe that'll be the limit of what we can take at that point. But that's a start. I think that's a proof of concept that we can start with that. But then we need to start creating more of those spaces and network between those spaces as well. So I think you're right on point with that.
Thank you. Dragan, can you tell us about what's the current state in Montenegro with co-working places, and how maybe we can, do you have any ideas on how we can improve in this area?
So there is a lot of space for improvement. We have representatives of some of these co-working spaces are already here, like Nas Podgorica, Nas Kotor, Tehnopolis, Nikšića. And currently those co-working spaces satisfy the current needs of digital nomads that are here. But if we want to have a larger impact, we need more of those. And we need those capacities also shared or distributed more, not only focused on a coastal area, but also within the north, where we have also need for additional infrastructure regarding telecommunication equipment, internet speed, and all other things that go with it, like community events, community activities, and stuff like that. So there is a lot of space for improvement in Montenegro, but I believe there is currently the atmosphere that is required for supporting those efforts and pushing into the right direction. We just need to promote a little bit more this kind of tourism, if we want to say like that. But I believe the effects for Montenegro are more in that implicative way, like where the people who come here and work integrate with the local ecosystem, not just like creating ghettos for digital nomads where they're isolated, they talk with each other and go from Montenegro, but like stay in Montenegro, hire local
like blend.
people. Yes, hire local people, maybe start companies here because we have a nice tax rate, and try to create something better for whole economy. And that's something, from my point of view, something which we should strive for and go for, because that should be primary goal. Tourism, yes, they will come here for tourism, but hopefully stay for something more.
Regarding the stay, what would be like the non-materialistic benefit from these group of people, and how big of an impact can they really have? Because Montenegro is not very diverse in cultures. We are lacking in those. So what would be the real impact, not only on Montenegro, but on other countries in our region?
Yeah, I believe cultural impact will be the most important, because young people in Montenegro, probably similar in Bosnia and Herzegovina, didn't have that much opportunity to travel, to go to Western countries, to learn languages, to become, used to different habits, religious, ethnical, whatever. And if we have influx of people who are capable, knowledgeable, have high income, have traveled a lot of countries, and we have like those mingle, we can improve the tolerance within the local community, openness, maybe improve creativity, so that more local people start creating local businesses in cooperation with digital nomads or these experienced travelers. So I believe that kind of setup should be something that we should focus on. That's something that is the primary goal for most of these countries, even though that income or revenue stream from digital nomads is something that is primary focus of politicians or tourist sector. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Senad, we are talking here today like what do we need, what should we do? There's an example here and there, but really how can we do it? And is the regional cooperation the key? Should we have like a strategy together? And do we cooperate enough?
You mean between the different countries here in that matter, or in what sense do we cooperate?
I mean like a joint front. Like could the 3-4 countries from the Western Balkans region like have joined forces in this strategy?
Absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of the cities that are around here are not that huge cities, all right? So, people that want to explore might get, after some time, bored with one city and then want to move to the next one and see what life is like there. So I certainly think we can go in that direction. I mean, I know I was talking to Steve, that's a digital nomad in Croatia, and he says, "Oh, it's great, but I wish I could ski." And right, that's something that we can offer in Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example. We have a lot of skiing resorts, so it's. I don't think we in any way need to think of each other as competition to each other, because we have a lot of complementary things, and the very nature of a digital nomad is that they are going to want to see more different ways, right? So I think, use all the beautiful scenery that we can for promotion. Obviously, in our home city of Mostara, you're going to use the image of the old bridge, right, that we think is the center of the universe. And, you have your beautiful spots here in Montenegro, beautiful Budva, and, Dubrovnik and so on. So all of that can go under one marketing, right? And I think that's the way that we need to push it.
Where do you think this cooperation needs to take the first step? Like, from the companies, entrepreneurs, and NGOs, or should the governments have the first step? Or who do you think starts?
I mean, certainly I think that government should have the first step here, but sometimes we get tired of waiting for a top-down approach to happen, and then being an entrepreneur by nature, I think we just want to take matters into our own hands, and that's basically what's happened amongst all three of these stories here, that we're taking in our own hands, and we'll help them understand what the values are for the countries. And I think, again, I'll say a lot of the blueprint is already in place. And even Jan, he told me we took the blueprint for some things from Estonia, right? We're not the first to do this. We just need to move it forward and then just start these marketing efforts. If it's not going to come from a top-down approach, I'll be happy to sit on conferences like this and push it in the other direction.
I feel like there's, lack of human resources, like capacity. It's not the hearing that's the problem. They hear the ideas, they just don't know how to meddle with them.
Yeah.
So, is there space for like open talks for creating another project that could maybe open this space and have educate people?
Right. I think economic opportunity is always a driving factor in all of these things. So, they're going to have their end of that, through the people that live here and they pay tax. Well, they don't pay taxes, but they pay VAT for the things that they purchase within our country, which is what all tourists do basically. And, the argument from earlier that we get much more value out of a tourist holds even stronger in a country like our own in Mostar, where most people are daily tourists. They come from Dubrovnik, where they spend 10 days for the day in Mostar. And then the other side of it is going to be entrepreneurs like the case in Zadar, right? You get investors that can see a benefit for themselves, so they help the government say, that's okay, you just figure out the visa and we'll figure out the different opportunities because we have an economic interest in this as well. So thinking of the entire thing in terms of like a business where everybody has an opportunity to grow with it, I think that's the best way to move forward with this, rather than having three guys that really want to help out.
Thank you. Jan?
Can I add just
yes,
that
of course.
For this concrete question regarding who should start collaboration, probably that should be like people like all here, because if we are relying on governments to do that, that's not going to happen. They're too slow and they don't understand this environment or this atmosphere, and we have to accept that as a fact.
Yes, but I feel like here we didn't have the opportunity to learn much about that. Like, we're a slow-growing country, and this is something that the people that work on these topics could really benefit from. So I really see like a regional cooperation that has speakers from Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, that already work in these areas, to have like some TED Talks, to call them like that, so you can bring this idea closer to them.
Bringing this talk closer to them is already there. I don't think that pushing into more conversation, more talks with politicians will help. We just need to do more work, what Senat said, with businesses, so that businesses accept or recognize potential business opportunities and start doing things. Talk is good, but talk is just talk. We need more things in practice and happening now. We need events, we need collaborations, and we need some business opportunities. And that's something that I will start the wheel of putting more digital nomads in these countries.
Jan, I have a question for you. Maybe you could bring this idea closer to us. I read that the average age of a digital nomad is 35 years old. So you, at that age, you could have a family. So we could face a family of digital nomads. Does Croatia have like a strategy for this to ease them to the access to education, to bank accounts, to health insurance, to a longer stay permit? How is this all regulated?
Well, I mean, I don't think that a country like, for example, Croatia should overthink this.
We handle this community.
So currently it's already happening, like foreigners are staying here in Montenegro and working remotely, but our IT systems in government institutions are, to be precise and honest, are totally obsolete. So we cannot have like statistical data, how many of them and from which countries are here. Currently they are connecting through different social networks, and there is a Facebook group called Montenegro Digital Nomads where they cooperate and exchange their opinions on different stuff and find accommodation, find friends to have a meetup and all those kind of things that usually people do when they come to a new place. So there are these, I would say, standard communication channels which are used for those kind of gatherings and organization, but there is space to improve those, and there is a similar effort like what Jan did in Croatia called Montenegro Digital Nomads Collective. It's an NGO which a couple of us which are in digital nomad space, and also Kachhov, which is the lady from Philippines but living here for a couple of years already. She has traveled 140 countries or more, and she's experienced, and we try to create those kind of services that could be helpful for digital nomads which are in Montenegro. But
what are those services?
So, for example, like visa, like help with the visa, help with finding accommodation, help with finding co-living, co-working spaces. Those are currently in progress of creation. But there is also what we previously discussed, a lot of need for collaboration. It will be helpful that we have collaboration between countries, but we don't have it even within the country, maybe even within the city, because everybody is doing its own work independently. There are economic interests why you want to do that independently, but there is also a need for doing that collaboratively, and where each participant or actor providing the services can get its own economic interest satisfied, but still create better service for digital nomads, which are in a way customers of these services.
Senad, what's the situation in Bosnia? I asked you about the benefits and we talked about what this country offers, but what is the stay permit? How is the bank accessible? The things you need to set up a business?
I can't answer all those questions. I don't know exactly. What I do know is that I moved from Sweden and I lived in Bosnia and Herzegovina for 4 years, still officially as a citizen in Sweden. For whatever reason, that's how I did it. And I didn't have any specific issues. I mean, I opened a bank account. The one thing that I had to figure out for myself was healthcare, so I got private healthcare in Mostara, and it wasn't too complicated in that sense. Obviously, you know, I'm not sure of what the situation is in Montenegro, but we can certainly digitalize a lot of things in Bosnia and Herzegovina, so it's still a lot of paperwork you have to run around and do to get these things done, be it bank accounts, companies, and so on. So certainly, I know that the country is working in that direction to solve those things, but I don't know. I always go by the philosophy, like if somebody really wants it, they'll find a way to figure it out. Certainly, we need to help them out in making it as easy as possible, but all in all, it hasn't been too complicated with all of these amenities, bank accounts and cards and stuff like that.
Thank you. Jan, I would actually want to ask you a bit more about this digital nomad visa. What does it include? What's the duration and what are the benefits?
So during this entire process, we actually changed 2 laws and 2 regulations. So the first law that we changed is the so-called Alien Act, Foreigners Act, where we allow digital nomads to stay in Croatia up till 12 months. They need to, of course, prove that they are digital nomads, that they actually have income from abroad. They're not allowed to work for Croatian companies or provide any kind of services to Croatian companies, nor to provide, basically not to make a living off of Croatian companies or private individuals. They need to show that they have clean criminal record. And during those 12 months, as a digital nomad in Croatia, they will pay 0 income tax in order to avoid double taxation. Because obviously the biggest target audience are the US citizens. From all the applications that we have received, I think that close to 50% are actually from US citizens. And US citizens, they will never be able to let's say, avoid, is it called Uncle Sam, I think? So they will always have to pay their taxes in the US, and if you would force them to pay taxes in Croatia, that would basically mean that they would have to pay tax twice. And in that case, nobody would want to come. So that's something that we fought very hard for with the tax office in Croatia, that digital nomads, during their stay, they will not have to pay any income tax. Then we have also changed the regulations connected to pension fund, so that they are actually...
Great. So, other than health insurance and stuff, how can we keep them? What is it we can offer in sense of... I'm sorry. How can we make them a part of community? How do you do that? Do you have some examples from Croatia? Is how to blend them in? Maybe call them to a panel or have them join a council in school or something like that? Do you have some examples?
I mean, it is one of the things that we try to do as a Digital Nomad Association to help the digital nomads temporarily integrate within the society. It's just that, until now, most of the efforts that we have made as an udruga, as an association, is actually to help promote Croatia and to get a bigger community to actually come to Croatia. I think that now we are slowly but surely we are approaching the phase where we should make additional efforts in helping digital nomads to integrate. But we are organizing or co-organizing or supporting individuals or companies that are organizing all kinds of conferences. We're sharing that, we are letting them know that we are organizing these kind of things, and in that way we're trying to get them together. A great example of how that's being done is actually the ambassador program that was started in Zagreb in collaboration with the tourist board in Zagreb. Actually our ex-ambassador, even though he will be an ambassador for life, Dean, he was in Zagreb during the entire month September, and I mean, what Dean is doing is he's reaching out very proactively also in the Croatian community to get everybody together and to share stories and to have, at the end of the day, also just really a lot of fun all together. And yeah, I think that these are beautiful examples of how you can do that. And, I mean, one thing that we all have in common here, we are all entrepreneurs. And, we don't wait for somebody else to do things for us. We are guys or women that, we go out, we are proactive, we are organizing these kind of things. I'm not waiting, I'm not going to be naive thinking that the government is going to help us change or improve certain things. When the question earlier came about co-working spaces, this is not a responsibility of the government. This is just about supply and demand. Is there a demand for co-working spaces? If there is, guaranteed entrepreneurs will start them. It's like that. And I'm very excited in general about the upcoming period for Croatia, but also for the rest of the region. Tomorrow I have a meeting with the State Secretary here in Podgorica. Hopefully we can push that whole conversation further, and that Montenegro can actually also become one of those countries that is a welcoming country to digital nomads. But then the whole infrastructure, all of that needs to be built by the entrepreneurs in this region. And as long as there is a demand for that will come. Those companies will start.
Thank you. Dragan, I have a question for you. In your experience with my research and my experience, I think that the infrastructure we have could not maybe support digital nomads. For example, the 4G connection, the internet, is very bad. I don't know, what do you get as a feedback, because you're a part of a big community? What do you get as a feedback? How is our infrastructure, and do we have a problem?
So opinions are divided. In some places there can be issues with internet connection, but I don't think that's a major issue. It's something that happens on occasional, or in occasional situations, and nothing special. The bigger problem, I guess, is the administration, the interaction between digital nomads or foreign tourists with our government system, which is not digitalized, not adapted to foreigners, because all the things that they need to do in our language, and that's something that is causing probably the most issues. There is also the issue, for example, with garbage. A lot of people notice that there is a lot of garbage that is not. We promote ourselves as first ecological country in the world, and we decided that we are an ecological country 30 years ago, but still we have a lot of issues in that area, and that's something that we need to figure out as we try to catch up with countries in the region and countries in the West. But there is a lot of good things also, which balance that. So there are a lot of people, even some of them here, which are foreigners, digital nomads working remotely, and have been here for a couple of years, like living as residents of Montenegro, which is a good sign that we have something to offer to foreigners that want to work and live here.
Yeah. If I could just add something to that whole issue, I don't think you need to make a bigger deal out of the 4G thing that it needs to be. When I moved to Bosnia and Herzegovina, it was still 3G. We were one of the last countries in the world to adopt 4G, basically. And I ran an IT company, right, with a ton of employees, because still, once you actually do most of the work, you are sitting on a Wi-Fi connection. That's where you're doing the work. The idea of somebody sitting on a beach and programming or doing content, that's maybe or maybe I don't know. Maybe these digital nomads out here can tell me, but I think very little of the work that is actually done like that. Usually, you do want to sit down with the proper connection and do your work, and then you go to the beach.
And to add, our telecommunication operators are really advanced, I would say. We have, for example, last summer we had tourist packages where you can get prepaid for 500 gigabytes of internet for a low price, like 10 euros or 15 euros, which is probably enough for most of digital nomads and their usual type of work, like doing Zoom calls or whatever. So I don't feel like that's something that will be a priority for Montenegro to solve. I would say that it's solved compared to other countries. The problem is more community, culture, how to create events, how to create these kind of connections between all those people that are here. We do not know, for example, if someone from Amazon or Payoneer, some executive, some senior software engineer comes to Montenegro, we don't know that he came to Montenegro, and we, as a local developer community, we cannot connect because we don't know that he is here. So that's something that we need to solve. I want to know when some cool startups founder is in Montenegro, that he is in Montenegro, so I can talk with him and share his knowledge and know-how with the rest of the community that is here, so that we can learn or be inspired by his examples. That's something I feel that's missing at the moment, and something that probably community with the cooperation of the government can solve.
Thank you. This is a question for all three panelists now. And I will go from Jan to Senad and then Dragan. What is the next step for Croatia, for Bosnia and Herzegovina, for Montenegro? What is the next step in this strategy? You've done a lot, but...
Yeah, I think that we, first of all, obviously welcoming more and more digital nomads and turning those digital nomads into ambassadors for our country. And another beautiful example of that is Steve, who is with us here today. There you are, Steve. Hey, we love you. Steve did, a couple of weeks ago, he did a great interview with CNBC, where he spoke about actually living in Croatia on a relatively small budget, and that it's possible. And that video has been seen by now by more than 250,000 people. And that's a great type of promotion for our country. And this is promotion being done by somebody that came here 6 months ago, that fell in love with the country, that in a way, because we are welcoming digital nomads, he in some way, deep down inside, he feels that he wants to give something back. And he wants to return a favor, so to say. And if we can get a whole army of Steves around and having them all create beautiful content and sharing it within the community and have your parents come over and visit Rovin. And yeah, I think that's going to be very excited to witness that. And then, of course, obviously, as that demand is going to increase, then the companies that are going to provide products and services to serve digital nomads, they're going to be growing like mushrooms after rain.
Thank you. Senad, what is the next step for Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Well, it's a shame Steve wasn't in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He did great work for Croatia. Yeah, exactly. But being that we didn't have that many of these examples, I thought about like grabbing a camera and showing off at least the region of Herzegovina to potential digital nomads. So it's again taking matters into our own hands, because the government will do what they do whenever they want to do. We can't wait on that. If they do introduce a digital nomad visa, that's great. If they don't, there's still ways to work around that. I think still most people that come, and we shared those statistics yesterday, Jan and I, even though, maybe there's a few hundred people on a list that have a digital nomad visa in Croatia, there's still several thousands of people that were digital nomads in Croatia during the summer. So most people still come on a tourist visa, maybe go off for a few weeks to a different country and then come back into the country. So there are ways around without the visa as well, but it is a great marketing tool, if nothing else, that visa. And then within Bosnia and Herzegovina, I'm going to try to work closely with Code Hub. They are the co-working space in Mostar, and see how we can do just promotion for the local region, and see if we can bring in some long-term tourists, if I can call them like that.
Thank you, Dragan.
So I would say that we need to be aware that we are in early adopter stage regarding the digital nomads, because most of us are exceptions compared to the regular society. Like most of the people, like probably 97% still work from office and use like regular jobs. So there is like minority who is like us, who travel, work from different countries and have that kind of flexibility. So, but that is going to change, especially because of the COVID, how it transformed work habits especially. So it's going to change, and we are probably in a way of crossing the chasm, like on the curve of innovation, where more people will be digital nomads, and because of the people who are now here, sharing their experiences and saying what are the benefits and how good it is. So we are at the right moment to do this kind of transformation of our countries to be applicable, or supportable for all the digital nomads that's gonna become in the next couple of years. So that's one thing. The other thing that regarding the digital nomad visa and regulations, so currently there is a process in Montenegro to create those kind of setups, similar like in Croatia, and we hope that it's gonna, with the current support of the government, it's gonna happen in a couple of months, which will allow us to be at least not leader but fast follower to Croatia, and that way that we can keep the track and attract a lot of digital nomads to visit when they visit Croatia, maybe to just step over the border and try out and see Boka, see Sveti Stefan, see Ulcinj, and also mountains. So that's the thing that we are hoping. Government or institutions will do their job, hopefully. If they don't, we have other means. And from our personal perspective, like community, we will try to initiate more collaboration with similar organizations in Croatia and Bosnia, because we feel that's something that will provide also good results in the future. Hopefully, maybe we can extend it after that internationally. So we have like a digital nomad institution, international institution that could define requirements for the countries to fulfill if they want promotion globally or something like that. So that's the ideas for the future.
I feel like this idea has a bright future in our region, because you guys already did the hard work. You're doing the governance, you're talking about it, you are trying to solve problems, and then go to the government for support only. So you are like building the base for development of this strategy. I would like to ask you now, how would you invite digital nomads to your country, like in 2 sentences? Sorry if it's a quick notice, but how would you invite them? Let's go with you, Jan, because you're most experienced, and give them time to think of something.
In 2 sentences?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Dutch. I came to Croatia initially for 1 year. I stayed for 15 so far. It's pretty damn good.
Senad, please. I'm sorry for putting you maybe in a bit.
Come to Mostara. I'll show you a great time.
Dragan.
I would say that Montenegro is an unpolished diamond, and if you want to discover all the beauty, come to Montenegro.
Thank you for a wonderful conversation today, and I would invite the audience to please ask questions. Ask away. Are there any questions? I see a hand in the last row. Please, Mike.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One is for Jan de Jong, the other is for Dragan. I would like to ask Jan de Jong, first one observation. Montenegro is leaning on tourism for state income for about 25%, something like that. It's 1/4 of the budget. In a time of pandemic, lockdown, anything in the future that can hit, this is a big loss of money. So the group of digital nomads are not stressed by these circumstances, so they can work wherever they want. So what is your prediction? Just pick a time frame, either it will be a 1 year or 5 year. What is your prediction? How many digital nomads can come or will come in Croatia? And for Dragan, if the government doesn't have some tangible figures, for example, tax, and they have to use their employees and time, which is money, to ease the process of issuing visa and making bureaucracy lower for this. What are, not just abstract, what are tangible financial figures that where they can see them? For the private companies, if they cannot be employer to digital nomads, what are there for them? And for the micro companies, for example, if there a way to help them for example, virtual assistant and something like that, because Senad says if someone wants to do something, he will do it, he will find a way, but ease them that process with, for example, filling formulas, helping them open bank account, and etc. Or even better, because I have an idea for a startup for keeping digital nomads within these 3 countries. Because I heard Jan said after 12 months, digital nomads have to go away from Croatia and then come back within after 6 months. So that's it. Thank you.
Could you just repeat my question? No, just kidding. Just kidding. I mean, I think it's pretty difficult to predict what would be the number of digital nomads that we can expect at one point of time in Croatia. I think it's a growing trend. I mean, I've read articles that said that by the year 2035 there should be approximately 1 billion people that can work location independent. That's your target audience. Of course, obviously not everybody. But you brought up a very other interesting point, and that's about actually this whole region, Montenegro especially, and Croatia definitely as well, depending so much on tourism. I mean, in Croatia it's a bit more than 20% of the GDP that comes from tourism, and I think that's a really big problem. I'm not saying that we should get rid of that tourism. I'm saying that we should develop everything else. I mean, if I look at my own business, for example, I've had businesses where like 50% of my revenue came from one client, and that makes me nervous, very, very nervous. That doesn't mean that I'm going to tell that big client to do less business with me. It makes me very hungry and very eager to get additional clients so that I become less dependent on that big client. And I think that that's something that this whole region should be looking into. What a lot of people don't know is that, for example, in the Netherlands, the tourism industry is about 8 or 9 times bigger than the tourism industry in Croatia. But nobody talks about tourism in the Netherlands because it represents only 3 or 4% of its GDP. We have very strong other industries in countries like the Netherlands, and I think that in Croatia we should use our tourism industry as a foundation upon which we can build a very strong economy by developing other industries more. I'm talking about IT, I'm talking about agriculture, education. There are so many more opportunities. While, you know, when we're talking in Croatia about opportunities, the first thing you will hear people say, like, yeah, you know, just having apartments, renting out apartments, that's not an opportunity anymore. I mean, that will come anyway. Go have your apartment, but don't turn that into making you lazy to stop developing other things. My humble opinion.
Dragan, please.
Yeah, I will start just touching a point on this, that we don't want tourism to become bigger in Montenegro. That's not the primary goal. It's to lean on tourism to develop other sectors, primarily IT sector, because most of the digital nomads are in a way connected to IT sector, or they're working directly in IT sector. Most of the digital nomads, I would say, are software developers or related occupations. So that's the goal, like lean on tourism, bring them here, but try to integrate them into ecosystems so that we can develop other industries faster. That's the idea, because we currently tourism is 20-25%, not because it's great, because other industries are really bad, like not doing anything. We don't have export, we don't have anything else. We need to improve that, and that's why digital nomads are an important topic, because we can bring know-how in a way, and that's distributed know-how, like not bringing one Microsoft, which will be dependent on it, but bringing thousands of different companies, small companies here in Montenegro. Regarding the other question, how to improve that interaction between digital nomads and government, and how to provide those digitalized services, that's also one specific. So digital nomads, in a way, are motivation for government to create at least some services digitalized to them. So it's like a pivot or experiment, how to improve services for them. And hopefully that will be then extended to whole population of Montenegro, so that we can, as inhabitants or citizens of this country, have everything digitalized in a similar way as in Estonia. But we need some niche target to experiment and figure out how these new approaches could work in the government, because we have like a lot of employees who are not advanced enough to apply all these approaches immediately now. So we need to transform government services at the same time as we are attracting digital nomads. So that's the challenge. And to add, Ministry of Public Affairs, Digital Society and Media is one who is pushing this agenda regarding the digital nomads and digital transformation, and one who will be responsible for the results of that process.
Thank you, Dragan. First row, gentleman.
Yeah, thank you. So one point was very interesting. What you said is basically what you wish you might get it. So you said, what when people come, what they need. In Croatia, it's a question for Mr. De Jong. In Croatia, did you create some kind of standards or norms for investors and for private investors and people who will create spaces for digital nomads? What they should obey when building spaces for them, like co-working or co-living, or just apartments for renting for those people who will come? And the second question is, do you have any statistics so far what happened in Croatia? How many people came?
So, I mean, of course you can, especially as an udruga, as an association, we can educate certain stakeholders within the industry. But I definitely don't see it as my responsibility to educate another entrepreneur on how they should be setting up their business in order to service their client. I mean, nobody calls me to give me advice about how to run my business either. I think that we should just take more responsibility upon ourselves and just, use your brain, think, I mean, do they need internet? Yeah, of course. Make sure that you have good internet. What are the other services that they might want to use? And if you don't know the answer, then maybe you should go on a trip and go visit the digital nomad village in Madeira, as a matter of saying, experience it for yourself. And, we are here to learn constantly, and this is obviously quite a new thing, especially for the region, but we have to invest in ourselves, in developing ourselves, in getting smarter on this subject, and the ones that will do that the best possible way, these are going to be the ones that are actually going to be winning from their competition, so to say. Speaking of numbers, so the only numbers that I have officially are the numbers of digital nomads that have applied for the staying permit, which is about 250 people right now, from approximately 45 different countries. However, this obviously doesn't include anybody that is an EU citizen, because EU citizens, they don't need to have a staying permit in Croatia. It also doesn't include anybody that is, let's say, a third country national, so a non-EU resident, that wants to stay in Croatia only for 3 months or less. So these 250 people, these are all people that are third country nationals wanting to stay more than 3 months in Croatia, which is a smaller part. The other day, actually, there was an article written by Paul Bradbury, the owner of Total Croatian News, where he was digging into some numbers that he found on Nomad List. And it showed that in the month July, there were 1,200 digital nomads that checked into Zagreb. In Split, the same number, 1,200 digital nomads that checked into Split in the month July alone. In Dubrovnik, it was 600 in the month July. And in August, it was like 1,200 also in Dubrovnik. So even though we're talking about a relatively small number of applications for the digital nomad visa permit, we're actually having thousands upon thousands of digital nomads in the country as we speak.
We have one more question, but I have to warn you, we don't have a lot of time, so please.
Okay, so this is a cross-border co-working conference, so I have to ask, do you see down the line in the future a possibility of having this kind of visa, digital nomad visa, a regional visa? So similar to like Schengen visa, right? People can go to different countries and enjoy the nature, the co-working, whatever, like digital nomads. But here it seems like the passing through the countries, very similar culture, very similar, well, not very similar, but similar culture. Some countries share the same language. So this sounds like a prime thing to have something regional going on. And do you see the government actually acting on this kind of thing, or see the potential in this?
It's the first time I heard of the idea. I love it. So I can't contribute too much, obviously. I mean, people have to realize I'm up on this stage, but this has been a very secondary thing for me. So a lot of these ideas that I'm hearing for you guys are first times for me as well. The only thing I knew was that it seemed to me that by everything I'd seen, that Bosnia and Herzegovina and all these neighboring countries were a great destination, and that they weren't being thought of in that direction. But as far as like what's in the future ahead of us, I don't know. I read some sort of number that by 2032 there would be 1 billion digital nomads. If that's the case, I mean, there has to be some sort of international play to this. It can't just be that every country has their own variant of a digital nomad visa. So I certainly think that it will be internationalized in that sense, or like cross different parts of the world.
May I just add very shortly?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I think it would be really naive to think that this region is going to agree upon one visa for all countries in this region. I mean, I think that there is much more important topics for the region to be discussed before we talk about a digital nomad permit regionally. However, I know that Karoli Henriks, I don't know if that name sounds familiar to you, but she was actually the initiator of the digital nomad visa in Estonia, being the first country in the world. I know that she is in conversation with the president of France, and their goal is that I think that when France is taking over the presidency of the European Union, that in that period, that they actually want to bring up a European digital nomad visa. So that's something that is being worked on.
Thank you. Thank you everybody for listening to our panel. I want to say I'm sorry. I just realized that I turned my back on you, so I'm sorry for that. I hope you all enjoyed our panel and learned something new, and I would give the floor to Tamara. Thank you. Idemo.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nina. Thanks, Dragan, Senat, and Jan. I do believe that this was highly inspirational for everyone and that we touched upon some really important topics that we will be continuing to discuss about in today and tomorrow. So now we have a talk that is going to be kind of strange to announce because the next speaker will be me. And also, so because I don't know how to do this, I will announce my co-speaker now, and that's Tanja Palegović. Tanja, please join me on stage to make this less awkward. Thank you. So one thing to know, I am not a professional MC. I'm not a professional host of conferences. I don't do this normally. What I do is I am a community and experience consultant. I've been working in this industry for the past 7 years, and that is actually how I joined this community and we decided to source the speakers, but also the hosts for the conference from the community itself. So the clicker is over. All right, we're going to have it here. And if you want to do the honors of starting with what we're going to be discussing about, and it's the 2-code response to attracting digital nomads.
Thank you, Tamara. Okay, let's test this clicker out. We're starting with a challenge. 1 month ago today, on the 5th of September, the Times did a piece on digital nomad visas. What is the city that was on the cover photo of the article? So have a think and tell the person next to you or behind you what you think. We've got 20 seconds on this one.
So the title is, What is a Digital Nomad Visa and How Do You Get One? And it says, if you can't stand the gray skies any longer, get an office on the beach. We speak to those who have taken the plunge, and there's a cover photo. So...
Okay, and a bonus point if you can think of the number of co-working spaces that this destination has. And we'll find out the answer a bit later on. Over to you, Tamara.
So Alexandra opened and spoke more about 2-code and what the idea behind this project is. 2-code is basically an extension of the Code project that was very successful, and it has different focuses. One of the focuses is the one that we're going to be discussing today, and it's the co-working spaces, which are called Code Hubs. We're talking about 4 cities, 5 partner organizations that are actually leading these spaces, and it's following, like I said, this previously super successful project that is connecting Bosnia-Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Croatia. So for those who don't know, this is an improvised map of the connections between these 4 cities. Obviously, it doesn't really look like this, but we have Zadar in Croatia, Mostara and Tuzla in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Nikšića in Montenegro. So what I was tasked with was making a strategy for digital nomads. How do we attract digital nomads? How do we start a conversation? How do we start bringing them into Nikšića, Tuzla, and Mostar? And this is something that I've been working on for the past 3 months. And it's really weird to be working on something with people who are in different locations and then to be presenting it like this. So I'm going to help.
Okay, a little bit about me. I'll start off with the big guns. Co-founder of Digital Nomad Association Croatia, one of the first 10 countries in the world with the visa. We know it's a permit, but it's much easier to roll off the tongue. The first association for digital nomads that we know of. And there's 5 key areas of focus that the association looks at. You've heard a lot about the representation role, so talking to policymakers. Jan has really spearheaded a lot of this. Information, community, education, and certification. So one of the biggest issues in Croatia has been accommodation. So finding accommodation that is suitable is really big on the agenda for the DNA. I started a co-working space 4 years ago now, and I've now evolved into events, having that knowledge, consulting, like Alex, it's a natural progression, I guess, and obviously the co-working still and extras around that, so that experience that they find when they come to one of those destinations. Something I want to talk about regarding co-working at the moment is the innovation that comes out of it. This space here is actually a hostel in the summer. It is a model that's common around the world. So these buildings are empty throughout winter. So for at least 6 months, it's just sitting there. I had a lot of spare desks, so I partnered with the hostel owner. The sweet irony is that we hold regular meetups. So this weekly dinner that we hold makes more money than the co-working. So I'll just leave that one with you to think about. The events have actually won awards throughout Europe now, which I'm pleased to say. And there's actually 10 people in this room that I can see that have been part of those events. A couple more coming later on to present. So in the last 12 months, so last October, a conference about digital nomads. We're on the map with the visa. The world was able to come to Croatia. We've talked about the US audience being huge. So it was one of the only countries in Europe that were open. So, really, leveraging that. Digital nomads in residence, there was a bit of skepticism of why Dubrovnik. So we brought in digital nomads to co-create. And there's a great example working with the city and the tourist board, media partner, and a co-work consulting agency to really bring that together. And also recently, Zagreb Digital Nomad Week, so working with the city to raise the profile of the destination, and as Jan has mentioned, an ongoing program with an ambassador selected every month to really experience the city and share that story. You're going to hear a lot about sharing the story throughout this presentation. If anyone, can I get some answers from the crowd? What do you think the city was? Bravo. 0 co-working spaces. So you're going to find out in the next presentation how the Times, the Washington Post, Independent, Fast Company, and numerous travel sites are focusing on this city. Over to you, Tamara.
Thank you so much. Thanks. All right. Oh, we're already here. 2015, I joined Mokern House. I was on the founding team of Mokern House, which is a co-living space and a co-working space in a village in the north of Serbia. It's 4,000 people live in this village. Not a lot of international crowd, even though it's close to 2 borders. And I joined as a program director and started working on programs for the community, realizing that it's super important to connect the locals and also everyone who comes from all over the world, and to find ways for them to connect, especially if they don't share a language, which I'm sure we will be discussing as well in this region. Not everyone speaks English, and that is the international language. So how do you cope with overcoming that? So that took me to co-found another co-living space, and that was Château de la Salle, which was a castle, obviously, in France, in Burgundy, and that was a complete disaster. It was beautiful, and it was disastrous. If anyone ever tells you, hey, do you want to take this castle and do something with it? Say no, because it's easier to build a new one than to renovate a protected French castle in the middle of also a very remote village. However, what these experiences taught me, and what living in communities has taught me, living in all of these co-living spaces, was that there are some topics that are pretty similar no matter where you go. I've had clients in India struggle with the same thing that my clients in the US were struggling with. And those are the same topics that I actually got to touch upon when I was working with Nikšića, Mostara, and Tuzla on their strategies on how to attract digital nomads. I got to say, personally, for me, just the term of digital nomad, I prefer to be saying remote workers, because There are people who are technically digital nomads but don't consider themselves to be falling under this category. And we're still working to discover how do we, if someone is just traveling for 2 months in a year, are they a digital nomad? Are they just a digital nomad the moment they step on a plane? Or are they a digital nomad throughout their life? All of these topics are super important. So for me, it was more about focusing on remote workers. So I think we can move on, and just without further ado, we don't have much time, and it was a lot of... Yes, so go to Code, and I'm going to just go briefly through the same approach that I had. I was working remotely, obviously. So the first thing that I was doing was a current situation analysis, talking to the people in these 3 code hubs and discovering on how do they normally operate? Who are the people that are their members right now? Is there an interest from the international community? If there is, how long do they stay? What kind of questions do they have? What are the struggles? What are you super excited about? And we work to find the reason to bring the digital nomads into these spaces. And I got the same answer for all 3 organizations. We want to have digital nomads because we're really interested to bring people in, to have more diversity, to have different experiences in our space, because we know that co-working spaces thrive on having a lot of diversity, as we heard from Alex. So also another topic was also mentioned just now, brain drain. If people are also going because they're hungry for new experiences, maybe we can just bring new people in, someone who's traveling, and just to give them an idea of everything that is possible. So after that, we had this process of meeting the target group, which was done through an extensive research on the term of digital nomad, how it came to be. I got really geeky about this, so you can catch me later if you have any questions. But there's a lot of research, and it's growing. And yes, of course, we have information that the average digital nomad is 32 years old, 34 years old, 35 years old. We have this information that they come from the States, that they're mostly men. All of that, but at the end of the day, we're not trying to attract the average digital nomad. What every space needs to be working towards is accommodating for the person that is coming to stay with them. So it's not about attracting this idea of a digital nomad, but of every single person that does choose to come to our space. And then we worked on finding the challenges and the advantages of each and every space. And then we found the approach. So I'm going to go quickly through my 3 approaches. And I just got to say, because we're talking about the 4 spaces, the 4th one is still in the making. And that is something that Tanya is going to be working on. So I'm going to present you with a brief, just a recap of what we came. And then we're going to be discussing more on what Zadar can do. So the first space I worked with was Nikšića. And Nikšića is a part of their code hub is a part of the Tehnopolis, which is an innovation and entrepreneurship center. So who do we have here from Nikšića? How many people live in Nikšića? Approximately 80,000 people, yeah. All right, how big is your team? 27 people. So okay, so it's this, for those of you who don't know, it's this building that is impressive. All of the offices, so many people working on innovative solutions. There's a fab lab. There's also a lab where there's a lot of stuff that I don't understand. It's a futuristic. You just walk into it and there's people working around on different ideas and topics and running around, and there's events and all of this. It's a beehive. But have you ever been to Nikšića?
I have not.
And when we were talking about it, I realized that you've never heard of Nikšića.
That is correct.
Okay, so this is something that is, in Montenegro, we know about the seaside, and maybe we know about the mountains, but this is somewhere in between, right? So how big are we talking? We're talking about a huge team, right? We're talking about a code hub that is well established. We are not talking about a lot of interest so far. And the current scale, there's so much potential to offer a lot. But the main challenge was, have you heard of Nikšića? And it's just not there yet, but it has a lot to offer. So pretty simply, the main strategy was focused on communication, on knowing what we want to communicate about the city, what the advantages are. We do know what the disadvantages are, right? We're fully aware of them, and I would be glad to talk to you about them later. And you can ask the Nikšić team, because they've been working on this for the past couple of months as well. So we made a comprehensive communication strategy to explain to people where Nikšić is, to put it on the map, pretty simply, to put it on the map of digital nomads as a location that you can come and stay in, and also be very near to the mountains and the seaside. You can just jump, and that is the big advantage of this region that we discussed about. So it was about spreading the word, and that's where we focused the most, but also about finding the reasons for this big team to unite over it. Because when you have a team of 27 people, you need to make sure that everyone is on it, right? And that is also an internal challenge that we needed to work on as well. So then I had the pleasure of moving on to the next space, which was in Mostar. Now, Mostar, on the other hand, is part of INTERA. It's a technology park. Okay, so the partner organization is INTERA. And do we have anyone from Mostar? Oh, hi. So how many people do we have living in Mostar? 120,000. Yeah. And how big is your team? 10 people. Okay, so as you can see, different city and a different scale of the team as well. Also, INTERA is physically disconnected from their code hub. Their code hub is downtown. Their premises are a bit further away. So, have you ever been to Mostar now that we were here?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you visited Mostar. How long did you stay?
1 night only.
You stayed 1 night? Okay. Okay, so that's the average. So the main challenge was there was a huge international crowd. If you Google what to do in Mostar, there are all of these blogs, all of these beautiful photos of people like, oh, it's beautiful, to visit for a day. It's a weekend destination. Everyone that we kept talking to kept saying, oh, it's beautiful, just for a brief visit. So our biggest challenge was to make people stay. You have a fluctuation of all of these international travelers, but how do you actually make them realize that it's not just about the old bridge and there's so much more to offer? So we started working on a strategy to offer programming that would be interesting for people to stay for a couple of weeks to test it out, maybe then turn it into months. We started working on finding reliable accommodation that was nearby, that could offer people the stay that is, everything that you need to simplify making this commitment to stay a bit longer. Also, of course, how to connect with all of these other spaces. I gotta say, this all is horribly simplifying everything that we've touched upon. These are just the main challenges that we worked on, but it's the similarities and, as you can see, a lot of differences between these three spaces. And the last one that I just finished working with last month was Tuzla. So we have the Tuzla crew here. Can you tell us how many people live in Tuzla? 130,000. Yeah. Around 130,000. How big is your team? 3 people. Okay? So they also have a code hub, but they're 3, and we have 27, we have 10, and now it is the same. It's a code hub. We know what it is about. But how do you actually make it work when you know that you guys have a lot on your plate, right? So it was about team play, because Centar is the partner organization in Code Hub Tuzla, and they run a lot of different activities, but also a lot of office space and a lot of innovation programs and similar. So where do we even begin? How do you make it work with such a small team? So we took 3 approaches. The first one was what Sana just mentioned, is the diaspora. A lot of people coming to visit quickly or for the holidays or in the summer, because they are from there, but they actually live somewhere abroad. They bring in the international component. They're, they feel like they belong, but maybe they don't fully belong, so they can keep coming back and contributing, bringing new initiatives from all over the world. Then the midterm approach was leave the rest of the code hubs to test out the strategies. They've got the manpower. They can do this, right? And then leave them to test it out and then see where you fit. So maybe if you don't know where to position yourselves, maybe it's time to look at where different people are positioning themselves and find holes that you can fill in, or find your fortes that you can build on based on that. And then the third approach was just when the time is right, when you do have enough resources, when you feel ready, you can start building on it, because there's so much that Tuzla has to offer. And just on a quick side note, Tuzla also has an airport that flies to, that connects them to 27 different locations in 7 countries across Europe. So that is a huge strength, right? But still, you have to be realistic about what you can do at what time. So I just basically ran through all of this, but I would love to discuss all of this with you later on. I will be here, obviously, today and tomorrow. But one thing I would love to close on is, when I got approached by these 3 organizations, I thought, oh, this is going to be, Code Hub. They're all called the same, right? And it's pretty similar. They work together. They cooperate. This is going to be, this is going to be easy. It was not, because if you are trying to find an approach that someone else made and just apply it to yourself, people will recognize this. We need to be making approaches that are exactly what we can offer. And we all talked about it. Bali didn't become Bali by trying to be Mexico. And neither did Mexico become Mexico by trying to be Bali. In our minds, the ideas of these countries, they were actually emphasizing on what was there. And which is what I think is super important to be doing in our work, is to be finding what we truly can offer and what matters to the community that we're working to cater to. And speaking of digital nomads, we spoke about the importance of a fast and a reliable internet connection. We spoke about the importance of an international community, but there's also so much more. And it's about finding what your location has, building on that, and also something that we see happening at this conference, connecting with other people who are doing it. Because if there are going to be 1 billion of remote workers, I don't think we're going to have a lot of competition. I think these people are going to be struggling more to find the places that suit them. And from what I can see, this region has a lot to offer. So I'm really excited to be continuing to working on this. And with that in mind, there's the 4th space that we still have not heard about. So that's that.
Thank you, Tamara. That's correct. So this is the next city that will also have the same approach applied to it. A little bit about Zadar so far. I believe we have some people from Zadar in the audience. Excellent. So Zadar, if you aren't aware, was an early mover. Coworking was one of the first, I believe, on the coast. And it has been able to transfer its knowledge to all these other locations. So I think the thing that is very different about Zadar is that there's a lot of cooperation with the public institutions. In fact, all the co-work spaces are public. So none of them are private owned yet. That may change. And I believe they're free. So, this already, co-working is a bit of a struggle in some places, is already an advantage that the city has. So those co-working spaces are key, as we know. Events that the city's been holding, smart city, hackathons, boot camps. And I think something that's very interesting, which happened this year, is that Croatia's first unicorn, Infobip, changed its location of its shift conference to Zadar. So it's clearly doing something that is getting it noticed, and then these tech communities, as we've heard, not just relying on tourism, diversifying tech and the talent in this region, not just Croatia, is really an opportunity to use. So congratulations to Zadar on that. I think the other interesting thing, we've heard of the new valley, the village that's being set up. So this is a hotel chain now recognizing this. So what I'm seeing is this, the tourism sector and even the MICE industry, meetings, incentives, conferences and events, for those of you who aren't in the sector, can now add this into their offer. As Tamara has said, it's not just digital nomads who are just sitting on a beach. It's the remote professional who can now come here and stay longer. What's next with Zadar? They are launching new multi-use spaces, so a fab lab is the next thing that's coming. The two-code lens to have the same series of workshops and analysis applied to it as we've seen in Nikšić, Mostar and Tuzla is due for Zadar, and future events that are planned. So I view it as a bit of a rising star. So all these things that are happening, people deciding to come there and release initiatives, it can only grow. Something that I've borrowed from a project that we held in Dubrovnik is, it's an example of a strategy that can be applied to this region. So because Zadar is yet to develop this part of the two-code part, I was tasked with looking at, well, what can coastal cities in particular deliver? And the theme of this topic is attract. However, just like in recruiting, you've got to attract, but you've also got to retain, your talent. So there's like this ongoing cycle, accommodating them, so accommodation and also co-working spaces or great Wi-Fi infrastructure. Experiences, Nikšić, it's got mountain, it's got sea, all within, close proximity, and then amplifying. We've heard spread the word. So, I'm embarrassed to say I hadn't heard of that city, although many people haven't heard of Canberra, which is where I'm from. It is the capital of Australia. Amplifying that, getting that out there. And underlying all of this is community, a digital nomad community, and the city resources and the infrastructure. Zadar really has the bottom one quite developed. So having these as your foundation, if you will, and really nurturing that community. I mean, a lot of you are here now, potentially watching, or will hear about this in the future. That's, as I said, an example, a strategy that could roll out more of this. Again, I was also asked to look at some of the issues that are coming here for coastal cities in particular, who are very much in that, peak and trough. So peak season, so many people, prices like through the roof, not a lot of mid and long-term stay. So getting there as well, so once the season finishes, your air connections just drop. So getting there is an issue, staying there can be an issue, and if it is winter where it is cheaper, it could be really boring. Everything closing. So how do you make it vibrant? Some of the, that way. Suitability. So can you feel at home in this place? Can you roll out of bed in your apartment, have reliable Wi-Fi so that you can work in your slippers on that Zoom call? I think that a lot of apartment owners, we've talked about that, atrophy, expecting people to come and not having to do much. That's not the case. So lifting that level is really what's needed. And that includes, really looking at what long-term accommodation needs. The other thing I really want to touch on, I think if you can take away anything out of this, are the alternatives. I know we had from Centar, not competitors, but the alternatives. So, you've got other bigger and more established hubs, not only in Europe, but throughout Asia. So currently, I do believe this region of the world has a huge advantage. A lot of Asia is closed at the moment, so people are looking at this, less expensive part of Europe to base. So, playing that ace now and strengthening, at meetups like this one. The other thing that is interesting is that a lot of these countries are the Schengen reset locations. So if you're in one part of Europe for 3 months, you can come to one of these parts to extend your stay in Europe. Diaspora is another one right here, sent earlier on the previous panel. So using these, this audience and someone who's already connected here, along with the digital nomads who have been here to share that story. Time zone is another advantage, and again, strengthening these relationships that have formed at conferences like this. And I do want to add on one thing. The other advantages that we aren't looking at, like medical tourism. One of our nomads here today had a bad crown job in the US that was $2,500. Came here, loved the dentistry services, by the way, a lot cheaper, and according to Steve's daily expenses calculation, could have stayed 50 days here versus what she paid there. So, there are so many advantages, and this is the moment to really pump those out there. Other solutions that we really need to look at are the 365 offers. So what is there to do in winter? What can you do in Mostar for more than a day? Collaborating, obviously, on a local level, my example of working with a hostel and restaurants versus intercity and inter-region. And the end message is just amplify, get that message out. And over to you.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, it looks like you got a lot of it already there. And I would just love to invite people to keep this conversation going. And also everyone can approach you to maybe discuss the potential that Zadar has. So just reminding everyone, this project needs to be finished by March next year. So
yes.
So the other space is already delivered on these strategies, and we're slowly starting to incorporate them. But Zadar has a long way to go. So I think all comments also would be highly appreciated. I would just love to ask you how do you feel about this all?
Very optimistic. I know we were both excited to speak on this topic, and it looks like it's going up and up. There's local champions who are pushing these agendas forward and learning from each other and really using that to benefit not only their own interests, but the wider community.
Yeah, my only issue is that there was not enough time to go through everything that we worked on. So I would love to invite you to speak to the representatives of the partners from Nikšić, Tuzla, and Mostara also. And if you're interested in going to any of these places, now I do think you have very good hosts who are eager to welcome you there and show you around. So that would be it for now. If anyone has any questions, we will be taking them during lunchtime because we know that everyone is eager to be going for food now. So thank you once again, Tanya.
Thank you, Tamara.
I will now take my presenting hat off and put my hosting hat on. So dinner will be served when you leave. The organizers will slowly show you which way to go. We have plenty of time. Grab your food, relax, and then I'll see you all back here to continue with the conversation we're having. Thank you.
We create connections and build economies. Throughout our massive travel network and constantly build the critical solutions that can help your companies. We've been doing it for more than 10 years, and we're just getting started, innovating, developing, moving fast. What we do: consulting, strategic management, marketing and communication, digital, content creation, bits, annual sales growth of approximately 28% after 6 months, global and local exposure reaching unique traffic of more than 140 million people, more than 3.5 million industry-related user worldwide. SEO optimization, #1 Google rankings for local search, integrated booking and ticketing solution. How does it work? Get a quote. We receive your needs and information about your project. Fill out a creative brief. We match you with our team of local experts. Collaborate in our powerful network.
Decenije avaza, najjače medijske korporacije u BiH. Osnovani smo 1991. godine u Sarajevu. Prije rata, tokom rata, poslije rata. Uvijek s narodom, uvijek uz Bosnu i Hercegovinu, uvijek uz naše vjerne čitaoce i neotuđivo pravo javnosti da zna sve. Mi stvaramo trajne vrijednosti.
Želite vidjeti nešto neočekivano? Očekujete saznati nešto novo? Vjerujete da znanje može promijeniti svijet? Ekskluzivni intervjui, vrhunski kolumnisti, premium video sadržaj, nagrađivani dokumentarci, jer uvijek ste u potrazi za najboljim. Mi također. Večernji list premium. Za one koji traže više.
Okay. Hi. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and that you got some more energy for this final section of our first day of the conference. I would just once again love to remind you that we are in Montenegro, where there's a mask mandate at this moment, meaning that unless you're a speaker on stage, please do cover your face, meaning your mouth and your nose, while staying indoors, and do try to practice physical distancing. So we do have a treat for you right now. We're going to be talking about Dubrovnik as a best practice example from the region. We're going to be joined by two lovely ladies. Ana Hrnić is a Dubrovnik native and the director of their city's tourist board. She holds a degree in economics and has been working in tourism for the past 18 years. And also we have the pleasure of welcoming Jelka Tepšić as well, who is the deputy mayor of the city of Dubrovnik. So a big round of applause, and let's see what they prepare for us today. Please, ladies, welcome on stage.
Hvala. First of all, I'm sorry for this inconvenience since I have some issues with my arm. And I would like to greet you all on my personal behalf, on behalf of the city of Dubrovnik, and of course on behalf of Anna. She's going to greet you later on. We are performing as a duet today. We prepared a short presentation which is actually an overview of Dubrovnik as a tourism destination, and also we involved some changes happened because of the pandemics, and some new directions or the new direction in which Dubrovnik is moving forward. So I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us here today, and also greet to all participants. Among them there are a lot of familiar faces, and we are glad because of that. There are some digital nomads who were in Dubrovnik in May. It's Tanya, it's Jan was somewhere, so we are feeling almost at home. But this is our home. This is Dubrovnik. which a long time ago George Bernard Shaw described with one very nice sentence, saying that those who seek paradise on earth should come and see Dubrovnik. So all those of you who were not been there, you have a very nice opportunity. It's only 2 hours far from here. Dubrovnik is also known as a pearl of Adriatic. As a former republic, Dubrovnik has a very long and impressive history. As people like to say, the history is alive in every part of the city, as a museum city, and and at the same time the living stage. It represents the perfect cross between the past and the present. Dubrovnik is listed on UNESCO as a UNESCO Heritage Site since 1979. The golden age of Dubrovnik Republic was the period between 14th until the 19th century, when actually beginning of 19th century, when Dubrovnik ceased to be independent republic. It's mainly and dominantly flying destination. We have a lot of tourists, but they are arriving mostly by flights. Before, in pre-COVID era, we used to have up to 100 direct flights to different parts of Europe and other far destinations. Now, this year, we had around 50, but among them there were 2 direct flights to New York, 2 direct flights to USA, actually meaning that 8 times per week we had direct flights from Dubrovnik to USA. Here are some data of overnights and tourist arrivals throughout years, so I won't read it. You can notice that we had a very severe problem with the pandemics. Last year we had almost nobody in our city. It was up to 20% figures comparing to 2019. This year is extremely well, except the season started late in mid-July, but it still lasts, and we so far more than doubled the number of overnights, and it's about 44% comparing to 2019. We are happy about it because the last year was really, really very bad, and Dubrovnik economy is based on tourism, so you can imagine how badly influenced the situation on the budget of the city, on the budget of the tourism office, but on every citizen of Dubrovnik. Dubrovnik is famous as a cruise destination, and then I particularly don't like this photo because since a few years ago we have a new rules, meaning that only 2 cruise ships per time can be in the harbor, which is the new harbor in the modern part of the city. Here there are 4 of them, but regularly nowadays we have only up to 4,000 visitors per morning or 4,000 visitors per afternoon. In 2019 we have more than 800,000 passengers. In 2020 only a little bit more than 4,000. This year so far we have around 80,000 visitors from cruise ships, and we are expecting to have around 150 cruise calls. So, a little reminder, back in 2017 and before, all major global media declared the death of Dubrovnik. We were in 2017, in June 2017, when this local government took the responsibility for governing the city. It just happened that CNN Travel told or declared Dubrovnik as a destination to avoid in 2018. And of course, all major global media, as I told you, already announced that Dubrovnik is dying under the over-tourism crowds, etc., etc. And then we took some major decisions. We immediately started to contact with major cruise lines, trying to, together with them set new rules for berthing in Dubrovnik, and we started with a project which is called Respect the City. We like to call it an umbrella program or project under which we are developing different long-term, short-term and mid-term activities. Respect the City is based on 4 pillars. On the bottom or on the top there are people, meaning human resources development, because Respect the City in the focus has the good experience of tourists, but even more important is the quality of life of our residents. The second pillar is tourism and economy, meaning that we started with some new innovative destination management activities. The third one is sustainable and balanced local development, which was kind of damaged with the pandemics. And on the top is smart and sustainable transport solution. And I have to tell you that Dubrovnik is one of the leaders in smart city solutions in Croatia. We have the smart city strategy, and we are really working very hard on bringing up new solutions, new applications, all in function of the destination management as a tourism destination management, as a tourism destination management, but also, as I told you, in regards of our citizens' everyday's life. So among mid and long-term measures, we already finished with short-term measures. The first year we started with the projects, and they were very agile, small activities which helped the organization of the traffic flows, of the pedestrian flows, etc. But it helped a lot. Among midterm measures, we are developing the Dubrovnik electric boat trams and integrated eco-transport solutions, which is a project we almost have ready to apply within the new financial perspective of the EU. Also, sustainable tourism development is a continuous process, and already mentioned smart destination, mobility and visitor management integrated solution, which we are constantly developing and bringing some new applications and project. I can speak about a little bit the smart parking app, which actually shows in real time how many and where is the free parking lot. That's basically meant to be a tool for our residents. But there are some others like web bus application, which is actually the new app forces buses to pre-book a slot and to come to Pila Gate, which is the major entrance to the old city. So for long-term projects, we are also developing a project of polycentric urban development in the seafront Gruž. The Gruž is the harbor, the main harbor of Dubrovnik. Park and ride system, park and sail system, already mentioned electric boats, some new roads, a lot of new roads and tunnels, city entrances, and main crossroads investments. But that's actually for the future. I told you that we suffered a lot because of the pandemic, so it's going slowly, but we hope it will realize in the future. So when the crisis came, when the pandemic started, we didn't believe that it would last so long. But then we realized that Winston Churchill has a really good sentence, meaning that never let a good crisis to go to waste. So we can translate it into Dubrovnik situation. If you have a bitter or angry orange, make marmalade. That's what we actually try to do. And we find the crisis as an opportunity for restart, developing and positioning Dubrovnik as a destination of sustainable tourism, as a destination of year-round tourism. We would like to extend the average length of stay. We are developing some new tourism projects, and we were focused very much on digital nomad projects. That's the topic Anna will present you more, so I let her perform. Here you are.
Thank you.
Može.
So good day, everyone.
very nice to see you all, and as Ms. Tepšić said, it's very, very nice. I was surprised when I saw some familiar faces, so hello. Nice to see you, and hope to see you soon in Dubrovnik too. And also, of course, always nice to see Tanja, who together with Paul, who unfortunately is not here with us today, I can say that they were actually the first ones to push us in this direction and actually make us start thinking about the digital nomads as one opportunity in performing actually the goals which we were mentioning before. So faced with the huge crisis last year, we started to think about all the new options, all the new possibilities which were showing up. The first step we took in attracting actually remote professionals in Dubrovnik was the conference which took place in October, called Dubrovnik for Digital Nomads, and it was the first kind of this conference in Croatia. It was organized by the Saltwater and Total Croatia News, of course, with the cooperation of the city of Dubrovnik and the Dubrovnik Tourist Board. What I wanted to mention also why we are performing today as a duo is actually because it's impossible to create this kind of product to position Dubrovnik as a destination friendly, so to say, for the digital nomads without the help of both, actually of all institutions involved in Dubrovnik, because there are many steps you will see later on which we need to take in order to become what we want to become. So we saw also this opportunity in sense of COVID, when many people actually, many jobs which maybe in normal pre-pandemic times were not able, we thought that they're not possible to be done remotely. We saw that basically anything can be done from home, so we recognized this as a huge opportunity. Moving on, we were of course thinking what is the next step, so how to continue our work which we started in 2020, and then again with in cooperation with Saltwater and our media partner Total Croatia News, we started a new project, the Digital Nomads in Residence. So Digital Nomad in Residence was held from 23rd of April to 23rd of May. The all global competition was launched actually in February this year, and it managed to attract over 100 highly skilled applicants. The prize included a free one-month stay in Dubrovnik and all the local experiences in exchange for input into strategy for the city. So what we realized is that the best way we can actually understand what are the needs from people coming and living in Dubrovnik as digital nomads is to actually invite them personally and to have them there, have them in destination, and actually use their experiences and their skills and know-how in order to continue and in order to develop a common strategy. So what this all actually so took place for 1 month. We were trying actually to make their stay in Dubrovnik interesting, so including very interesting creative workshops which were again created by the team from the Saltwater. These workshops also included representatives from the city, representatives from the local community, from the tourist board, and it was actually very interesting to see. As you can see there, we had 19 people who were participating on behalf of the city, of the tourist board and the local community, and 17 digital nomads. So it was very interesting to see and to hear all those thoughts and all those experiences from all of them together. So the local community and our nomads which were staying with us in Dubrovnik. So this is actually what we were talking about all in short. So in October 2020, we had the conference. In February 2021, we launched the competition. In 2021, the whole development started. And later on, what we actually came up at the end with is one very high quality roadmap, actually, which is our key, and the plan which determines actually our next steps, which we already started to work with. It consists also of some short-term measures which can be taken immediately, and we are already working on some of them. Also some mid-term and some long-term plans in next couple of years. Dubrovnik is always presented and seen maybe as something historical, the old city, the walls, the UNESCO, everything what we also spoke about today. And it was very interesting for us to realize how people, we think sometimes that people know what is beyond the walls, but we realize that people do not know that, and that we need to provide them all this information. So our communication strategy, especially the one which is focused on the digital nomads and all the other also people who are coming to attend and visit Dubrovnik, we are now trying to focus more on other parts of Dubrovnik. Now also when we are organizing all kind of festivals, events, we are trying to organize them in other parts. For example, now we are having a good food festival which is taking place everywhere in the villages around Dubrovnik, in Gruž area, which is going to become urban center of Dubrovnik, in Lapad area. So this was one very useful thing which we knew, but we realized it somehow even more with the time. Also, what was one of the main results of this program? So to raise an interest of digital nomads for Dubrovnik, so to show them that we are also open for them and for those kind of opportunities, and also to raise a local awareness and educate the local community, because at the beginning we can say, even when we started with the project and especially with the conference, so back in October 2020, locals were wondering, this term digital nomad. They had a different views of what that can be. Are those some influencers or backpackers, or I don't know, so many different definitions in their head. And I think with this project and with all this interaction which we had during our digital nomad in residence, we managed actually to show them who these people really are, and what are their needs, and what are the benefits for the local community as well. So this was one also very important step, and the most important, as I mentioned, the roadmap with the implementation plan. What we did so far, and I'm happy with the progress we are doing. So we have created, or still creating, but will be done very soon, co-working space, which we didn't have before all these projects that I was mentioning. So the first one is in Lazareti. This one is already functioning. The other one will be in Red History Museum in Gruž, and one will be on Sunset Beach. So this way we covered like three main areas of Dubrovnik, and we are of course in future hoping to see them more and more coming. But for now, I'm really happy with this what we did. We also started to work on the Dubrovnik Digital Nomad card, so the card which will include all the possible benefits for our digital nomads staying in Dubrovnik. Checkpoint, actually, at the moment we have situation that maybe people who would like to come and live in Dubrovnik don't know actually who to approach who for any kind of information. So the checkpoints will be in Dubrovnik Tourist Board info offices, for the beginning in the main one on Pile Gate, but also prior to that we will also create a special website which will include all possible information that you might need when coming or planning to come to Dubrovnik for a long-term stay. Also, this is something what we will have in the short future is a co-living space. At the moment, one option of a state archive is in Dubrovnik, so we hope also to have more of these in future. What we already did is create the Dubrovnik long stay visual identity and started to work on our web page. So hopefully by the beginning of next year we will have even more steps accomplished than the roadmap was planned. So yeah, there you can see one of our teams. So I already mentioned how important it was for us to involve all the local community into this project, because people in Dubrovnik, they can be somehow stubborn sometimes and have their own vision of something. So it's important. It takes some time maybe to explain some things and to show how they really work. So this is it from us. I hope we were interesting, and we are here, of course, open for any questions. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
We will do just 2 questions from the audience.
We can sit.
Yep.
Okay.
We have one. Yeah, and then we can continue.
Hi, my name is Tomislav from Croatia. I'm interested in your project, even though I'm not a foreigner. What is the best place to follow your efforts? Is there a social media channel or something before you develop this website you were talking about?
Yeah, at the moment on the website of Dubrovnik Tourist Board there is a section dedicated to this topic. So far this is it, and soon we will have, besides the website, we will also have all the social media channels dedicated especially to this topic. So coming very soon, for now, the special section on the Dubrovnik Tourist Board website. Thank you.
Do we have another question from the audience? Yeah, on the other side.
Hi, I'd like to ask you, how are you addressing the seasonality? Because as most of Croatian, the coast basically, June, July, August, you're packed. And for a digital nomad during these months, it's almost impossible to find a nice and affordable accommodation. And then Dubrovnik, with the rates, we all know is even higher, right? So are you attracting digital nomads just off the season or also throughout the whole year? And how are you thinking to address that challenge of super high rates for accommodation during the high season?
What we did within our works and roadmap, which was delivered as a result of our latest project, we put on the public announcement asking our private accommodation facility owners to apply and to join the project of digital nomads, creating rates which are more appropriate to digital nomads. We are basically, of course, more interested in the nomads living in Dubrovnik from August to June, but that's not what we are forcing. There are more and more people actually trying to convert in a way that they won't be any longer classical private accommodation owners, meaning renting their facilities only during the summer. But a lot of people are now trying to find long-term
long-term options.
People who will stay long-term in their facilities, and in that way they actually quit to rely on short-term rentals. What we found out is that is a possibility that you don't need to be a registered private accommodation owner. According to Croatian laws, you can rent your space in a way to a foreigner, in a way that, especially if it's a digital visa holder, in a way that you are paying like a tax, and you are not the private accommodation owner, which is obligated to pay different taxes and séjour tax, etc. You have to pay séjour tax for your for the stay of your of the person who is renting the place, but you can also not necessary. You are not necessary a private own accommodation rental under the laws of private accommodation facilities renting, which is on in Croatia, meaning that you can rent your apartment for a person for 3 or 4 or 5 months and just fulfill the obligation towards the financial institutions of Croatia. So maybe I was not too clear, but it's a different option. So there is no need to be daily rate. You can have the monthly rate, and you can realize rentals in a different platform, actually. So we believe that will help. Yeah, that's it. That's correct. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the situation, yeah. We are thinking, and we did what I already told you, that we make a public announcement asking all the private persons, companies, to join the project.
What I think, if I can just add, what has changed during this pandemic, Dubrovnik has many private accommodation facilities of all kinds. So we have more beds in private accommodation than beds in hotels. So that's really a big number. And people realize now, finally, during the pandemics, that this is not something that is stable, and that they can always expect that they will have a great season, and that they will be able to achieve huge rates and all that. So I think now people started to think, a little bit different. Maybe I can earn a little bit less, but I will make sure that I will have my apartment rented for the whole year or for the longer period. So I think this is what actually we noticed during all these collections of all the offers from the private accommodation owners, that people started to realize that, and that now it is much easier than it was maybe before the pandemic. So it is still a challenge, but I think that the options are really rising now.
And once, when we have social media, then digital nomad, Dubrovnik long stay, or however it will be the name, you will be always able, if you are interested in finding a long-term accommodation in Dubrovnik, to ask the tourism office to assist you with that.
Yeah, and for now we have also on our website the list of all of those who show their interest in long-term rentals, so you can get in touch with them directly and see what they have to offer.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions. I'm sure we will have some more of them later, but for now it's time to move on to our last session. Thank you so much, Anna and Jelka. And thank you for everything that you're doing as a wonderful example of the way that cities can be involved in this change that we're all a part of. It is time for our last session of the day and the last hour of this conference day. And it's another panel that I'm sure will contribute to everything that we've discussed today. The moderator is Kristina Jazinka-Nikolic, who is an experienced IT entrepreneur, mentor, and consultant who has been acting as the head of experimentation at the UNDP Accelerator Lab in Serbia since June 2019. She sees herself as a bridge between business, creativity, and technology, and today she will be moderating the panel called How Do Digital Nomads See the Region? And we'll be joined on stage by Kate Hill, Owen Cook, who will be speaking to us through a video conference, and Steve Sensrensky and Dane Kuchel, who will later introduce themselves. Please, Kristina, join me on stage. And a big round of applause. And a final energy push for the last session of the day. The floor is yours.
Okay. It's working. All right. So hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome everyone to the conference. After months of working in the online environment, in Zoom environment, it's great to see our panelists, our audience in person. Thanks for joining this session and investing your time with us on a sunny Tuesday after lunch. So thank you. Also welcome to our online audience and our online participant Owen, who is joining us to this call via Zoom from the Hong Kong. Also, just to mention, we have a live stream via Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom. And on the Zoom, you will find a welcome note and a question that you can answer. So feel free to fill that space with your answers. I'm talking to online audience, but also we'll have a Q&A session at the end of this panel, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to discuss. As Tamara said, my name is Kristina Jazenka Nikolic, and I work as the head of experimentation within UNDP Serbia Accelerator Lab, where we lead new approaches and where we explore new approaches and methodologies to wicked problems. And currently we are working on a huge topic, a huge challenge called depopulation, shrinking population in Serbia. So for the last 2.5 years, I've been working in the field of digital nomads, as we see them as a part of this depopulation puzzle and seen as a positive deviance to this demographic change. 2.5 years of my Accelerator Lab experience, as I said, we start working on understanding digital nomads as a positive deviance to depopulation. So we explored these communities, we interviewed digital nomads in Belgrade and throughout Serbia. We published a digital nomad scanner that you can find. So there is a QR code for that scanner. We launched an initiative called belgradegets.digital, basically a web portal, a one-stop shop for remote digital professionals who want to spend some time in Belgrade. So it's a knowledge and resource hub on that topic. I shared with you on this slide 2 QR codes. This is a great moment to take out your phones and scan these codes and save these links for the later, as I would like to, no. Okay, it's moving, all right. As I would like to move with our panel. So, as Tamara said, for this occasion, I will be the host of this session, an amazing panel that we will have, how digital nomads see the region. Before coronavirus outbreak, we claimed that omnipresent internet, rapid digitalization, digital technology expansion, and increased mobility were major driving forces behind digital nomadism. And as we see today, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the process of becoming location dependent, especially for knowledge workers. And we also see that this pandemic brought a major shift to the nature of work, unleashing a new generation of digital nomads with work from home and remote work in general, becoming more widely accepted by both employers and clients. And the question is, who basically said that working from home had to mean working from your country of origin? And we have a graph that I would like to show you, that you can see, all right? A graph that that's showing Google search terms for digital nomads for worldwide. And we can see that, and according to Google, interest in digital nomads and digital nomad lifestyle has steadily increased since 2014. And I think, and I'm confident to say, this trend is here to stay. So today we'll talk about this region, as this is a cross-border conference. So we'll talk about Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro, as a remote work destination, its benefits and drawbacks, and its untapped potential to attract more digital nomads. I'm pleased to have a great panel to help us understand the region's advantages, positioning our location as a digital nomad destination, and to attract more digital nomads. And today we would like to do that through the personal stories of our panelists, so human stories behind the topic of digital nomadism. So I encouraged my panelists to prepare slideshows with different photos representing their previous digital nomad experience before coming to this region. So on the stage and virtually, I'll be joined by 4 digital nomads who will share their experiences. And to start off, let's hear from them as I encourage them to prepare these slideshows. And please join me on the stage. Kate, Steve, and Dean. Yes, you. Come up. Come. And I will... Steve will be the first. Yay. Have a seat. And just to be 100% sure, Owen, can you hear us?
Of course.
Of course. All right. So we can start. Great. Steve, the floor is yours, and I will change the slides according to your story. All right?
I like how intuitive this is in me to speak. All right, so I'm Steve. Hi. So family, very important, and I clearly have a great beach body back then and now. So Travel Bug was from them and continued through when I worked for cruise lines, and then can't really see here, but Split, they came to visit Croatia. So that's been something I'll talk about later with a multiplier effect of tourism, of digital nomad life. So that's the first part of the story. Work-wise, I finished university and became a ski bum. So I moved to Colorado for 6 months to Aspen, and then I moved to New Zealand. So I was already basically trying to figure out how to travel and make that part of my life experience. So this is just where I worked in New Zealand, the ski shop, and then Browns Bay. The reason I put that picture is I'm from Cleveland, and my hoodie says "Go Browns." So that's just, if anyone from Cleveland is watching, they'll appreciate that. So moving on in my work life, worked for cruise lines, not building them. I did nothing related to that picture. Actually, I just thought that was pretty cool. I was a multimedia producer for MSC Cruises and a digital content specialist for Royal Caribbean. And then in between that, I did adventure tourism content. This is a video project I did going to Everest Base Camp. And so I was and still am a video producer. I've shot videos in multiple cities in the US, around the world. This is for a group that was on The Voice in the States, and this is just a few shots of that video production life. Also had me being nomadic, and then finally moved to Croatia. This is when I first came for an extended stay in 2019, and I clearly found it terrible.
All right, thank you. Kate, you're the next.
Hi everybody, my name is Kate, I'm from Australia. I've been running online businesses for almost 20 years, and back in 2014 I went to a location independent entrepreneur conference. And I'd been working from home for many years and suddenly discovered there were other people who ran online businesses and also liked travel, and this absolutely blew my mind. And I was so happy to meet people who liked the same things that I did, because at home in Brisbane, Australia, there were not that many people who were like me in my work or in my interests. So in 2014, I became a digital nomad. I did the working from the hammock thing in Thailand, which is pretty much like a standard rite of passage for a digital nomad. I traveled from Thailand to Bali. I would spend my winters mostly in Thailand, and then in the summers I would travel in New Zealand, US, Canada, and around Europe. And then 2018, I was on holiday in the Balkans, and I was planning to just tick off a bunch of countries. I'll go to the Balkans, they're small, I can tick off 6 new countries. I went to Bosnia, Sarajevo, Herzegovina, which was awesome, by the way, and then came to Montenegro, and I absolutely fell in love with Montenegro. I spent a week in Kotor, then 3 months, and now I've been living in Podgorica for 3 years now. Learned some of the language, and I run a blog called Kate in Montenegro about what to do to when you move to the country, and I spend most of my time exploring all the beautiful Montenegro.
All right, thank you. Great. Dean?
We'll fix that. Hi, friends. Dean Kuchel, originally from Tel Aviv, Israel. I've been a digital nomad for 8 years now. I started my journey in 2014. Since then, I've been roaming the world, moving fairly fast from country to country on a mission to visit eventually all 196 countries of the world. I recently celebrated my 100th. That was in Sri Lanka. Believe me, it happened. Yeah, can move to the next one. Thank you. So
There's
yeah,
a
I just
delay, so sorry for that.
been doing the digital nomad thing for some time and taking random photos, stage photos around the planet. I work tirelessly to promote remote work and the digital nomad lifestyle. I run 2 online communities, one called Digital Nomad Israel, which I take a lot of pride of. We created a very engaged and connected community, and now I started Digital Nomad World, which is basically on a global scale to get all nomads together. And I work mostly with individual businesses, governments, to really help them to adapt and adopt to remote work. But my biggest thing and what I go with for every place, I love the world. We have a beautiful planet, but I'm mostly excited about our species. I think humans are amazing. I love people, and everywhere I go, I try to connect with people, create community, get everyone together, and yeah, also take selfies with everyone. So I'll do that. That's that. Everybody is in picture? You can move to the next one so they get...
Okay, the next one?
They need to know what to do.
All right.
Yeah.
Just give me a second.
See some delay. Thank you.
Mirroring. All right. Thank you, Dean. And now Owen, our guest and our panelist from Hong Kong.
Hey there, everyone. Thank you for accommodating me again. I know it's not an ideal situation, me being online at the moment. Feel free to click through the pictures at will.
All right.
They're all pictures that have led to where I am professionally, socially, and geographically. So all of them are equally as important. My name's Owen Cook. I'm an American, currently based in Hong Kong. I was formerly based in Split and then Mostara. I have a passion website blog called Pale Travel that focuses on food and drink in Asia and Europe, which ultimately led to being on this panel, syncing up with Code Hub Mostara. My roots had a lot of different twists and turns, obviously. Ended up in Asia, Europe, and a few places in between. Professionally at the moment, I run a content marketing and operations agency for small to medium-sized law firms, litigation funding firms, and blockchain companies, mainly decentralized exchanges and non-custodial hardware wallets. I've been living abroad for roughly 9 years now, digital nomad for about 6+. Longest stints in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and a bit in Vietnam were quite long ones. And just very happy to be here. And I just thought I'd open with a little saying that has kind of led me on my digital nomad journey, having gambled professionally for 2 years while nomading in Taiwan is no gamble, no future. And I think the digital nomad lifestyle very much embodies that. So thank you.
All right. So now let me move to other part and to start this panel. So as we had a guest and a panelist who is online, we'll do this panel like this in a hybrid form. So first of all, thank you for all of presentations. I think this could be a real inspiration for those who are considering location-dependent lifestyle. And now that we have a better understanding of your previous digital nomad experience, let's get right to the point with the first question. Why did you choose this region in the first place? Why Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, why Croatia? And this is a question for all four of you. In order to make room for all four panelists, we'll have a specific order. So, Steve, you'll be first, Kate, Dean, and then we will be joined by Owen with his answer.
Yeah. All right. So, why Croatia? It was for a girl, basically. No, it did start with that though. But I came in 2014 on a cruise ship, actually to Dubrovnik. That was the first place I ever went when I worked with Royal Caribbean. That is not what stuck with me, oddly enough, though. Although obviously Dubrovnik's incredible. I was just there 2 weeks ago, and it blew my mind. But why here is I came back in 2019, met a girl that I worked with that was Croatian, decided to come here to visit and then go on a trip, and came to Zagreb. And that's what actually blew my mind was Zagreb. Kind of spent a couple days there in January, which is, as you probably all know, a horrific time to be in Zagreb. Cold, couldn't feel my fingers and toes. Was packed for the beach, didn't even have appropriate clothing, but I'm like, I think this is great. Could have been the girl. So when that didn't work out, I decided after going back to the US after that trip, produced a music video in New York, came back 9 months later and said, let's edit that video in Zagreb. I want to see if I actually like the city. So that's where that last picture you saw was from. Clearly, I loved it. And it was there for a month of October, 2-year anniversary of that. And I just don't want to live anywhere else, basically. Just fell in love with Zagreb.
Additional question for you. We spent some time during a party last night. Can you show us your screensaver on your phone? And this is not a mock-up. This is for real. It's Zagreb,
yeah,
right?
still Zagreb. Pretty much as soon as I left, I decided I want to look at that every day. So took that photo, edited it, and it's been for 2 years, everything. Basically, I turned my phone on, checked the time. Zagreb.
Zagreb.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Kate, would you like to be the next? Thank you.
The big why of Montenegro. That's a really good question. I was really happy spending my winters in Thailand, in Chiang Mai specifically. I had lots of friends there. I really enjoyed Thai food, Thai culture, and being in Thailand. And then I came to the Balkans completely by accident on holiday. I didn't even know Montenegro was a country, and one of my friends had told me that it was cheaper and more beautiful than Croatia. Sorry, guys, but... and so I came to Kotor for a week, just booked it sight unseen. The views look really nice. And went to Kotor, and then Kotor, I just couldn't believe how beautiful it was. Like mountains, fjords, seaside, and medieval old towns. I'm from Australia, we just don't have old things like that just lying around and fortresses you can hike up to. And so my week turned into a month, then 3 months, and in that 3 months I started to explore more of the coast, taking the buses to Ulcin, Budva. I did all of the day trips you could do to go rafting on the Taro, go to Žabliak and Dorbator. And the nature is the greatest thing about Montenegro, in my opinion. The nature is just unbelievable. I have never been anywhere, and I've been to 45 countries that had so many beautiful microclimates, mountains, lakes. So you can ski in the winter, old towns, seaside. It has everything, and it's such a small place. And since I've been living here, I've learned to ski, I've learned to cycle, I go hiking. I did not do these things before. So yeah, for me, really, it's the nature, but also the people are lovely. The produce and food is wonderful. After living in Thailand, living in a country that had amazing wine and cheese, it was like, this is so fantastic. Seriously, it has everything I like and nice wine and cheese. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Why this region? I hope I don't break anybody's heart here. Since I'm more of the one-night stand type of digital nomad, I don't stay long in one place. I like to move fast, and I would give you the same answer that I would have given if I were sitting in Mexico or in Samoa or in Kiribati or any other country or region in the world. For me, this region is beautiful. The nature, the landscapes, the cities, the people, the culture. It has its own culture, its own history, its own music and food. It has its own twist on every aspect of life, and I celebrate this. Everywhere I go, I like the uniqueness, I like different, and as I like to say, you don't need to change. You're perfect like everybody else, and the region doesn't need to change, and this is what I like about it. I come here, I enjoy amazing things that I don't have anywhere else in the world, and this is what conduct my travels. I, however, spent a month. Croatia managed to domesticate me and keep me for a month within its borders. And a little bit, it changed something in me. I fell in love with the city, with the people, and with the effort that Croatia is making to attract people like me, digital nomads. So I love attention, and they gave me a lot of it. So that it's part of why I like the region. It's not my first, not my second.
Where is Croatia on that list?
At the very top. It's there's, as I said, I celebrate every place, and it's actually sometimes the crazy places which are at the top, because they're very different to anything else that I've experienced before. Japan, it's basically like going out of space. It's the closest experience to that. But so I can't place it.
All right.
It's not on this list. It's in my heart. So.
Oh, applause. Kidding. Okay, now Owen.
Yeah, to be honest, the crux of my moving to the Balkans, I'm sure Steve can attest to this, being American, was embarrassingly due to my lack of knowledge and tenuous grasp on, its storied, rich, and contentious history. I knew the city was, the region was rife with contrasts, but I don't think I ever fully grasped that. And having always kind of lived in Asia, I was quite familiar with the general cadence of life, so thought it was about time I saw an area that was going to, put me in more vulnerable situations, not speaking the language, not having much familiarity just with its history, really not knowing the first thing about it, embarrassingly to admit. And, what kept me staying was these micro interactions that I had on a daily basis with people. And I was really quite undecided when I first showed up to Croatia, where I ultimately made my way down to Bosnia. But just a little funny, my first week in Croatia, that really kind of read pants zone, and clearly didn't speak any Croatian. The seamstress didn't speak any English. I said my name. She just wrote down Anglais, which I think just means Englishman. We fist bumped, and I got my pants back in perfect condition later. But it was just a really wholesome moment that I really actually love and treasure.
Of course.
Just want to add one thing, because people was a big element, and Dean reminded me, this is just a quick story. When I moved down to Split, I had connected with a bunch of people on LinkedIn from Croatia, and a woman basically invited me to come over to visit Bol. And in my mind, I was like, all right, cool, it's going to be amazing, and I'll just stay there for a few days, come back, whatever. She just hosted me. She wouldn't let me pay for anything. She was like, there was nothing, I wasn't giving them, I wasn't well-known or anything. She was just being like, you're a guest. Like, I invited you as a guest. She ran a bed and breakfast kind of thing. And then I mentioned, I like eating Ivar for breakfast. And she's like, first of all, it's not a breakfast food, which I think it is, but she was convinced it wasn't. So the next day, she had Ivar and fresh bread from the bakery. Just gave it to me, and she's like, there you go, there's breakfast. And things like that were not one-offs. Like, that's happened a million times in a million different ways. So, yeah.
Great, thank you for sharing these answers. I'm getting a positive vibes from your answers, so I believe we'll have a great panel. Now let's speed up this conversation a bit. And I didn't share this question with Dan during our prep talk. So with the experience you have with this region, what comes to your mind when you think of your digital nomad lifestyle in this region in just one word? So how would you describe the region using just one word? You first, yeah?
Fulfilling.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Promising.
Vulnerable.
All right. Thank you. Now that we heard your stories and your associations for this region, it sounds like you're totally amazed by this destination. So let's start to unpack this topic further. Let's talk about your before and after perception of this destination. As the name of the panel, the title of the panel is How Digital Nomads See the Region. So, and I think this question is perfect for Kate, as she has been based in Podgorica in Montenegro, in Kotor for the last 2 years. So, Kate, before you came here, what was your impression of Montenegro? What has matched your preconception about the region, and what was different compared to what you thought it would be? Can you share with us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But to be completely honest, before I came to Montenegro, I knew nothing about it. I had one friend who'd been here. I'd had a few friends that had sort of been in the region, and they're like, oh, Montenegro is really beautiful, you should go. And that was it. It's not on the digital nomad path. Not a lot of English-speaking tourists come here, so I came here with 0 preconceptions. And everything basically like blew far past my expectations. The people were lovely, the food was really good, cost of living is very low, it was quite easy to get around as a tourist. I found it absolutely wonderful. I'm like, why does nobody know about this place? And I find that's one of the problems, is like Montenegro is not really marketed that well, it's not really known that well, especially to English speakers, and there's so much potential for digital nomads, for higher class tourists to come here. There's so much to offer. It's so beautiful, like compared to pretty much every other country I've been to. So yeah, definitely a big gap between like when I first got here and what I know now, because I lived in Kotor for 1 summer and in Podgorica for 3 years now. And originally when I came here, I was like, okay, Montenegro 1 week. I can tick all of Montenegro off in 1 week. And I've been here for 3 years, and my list has just gotten longer. Every summer it gets longer.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for mentioning marketing. I think that we heard marketing, the word marketing and promotion and strategies during this day a lot. So definitely something that we should all think about it when we think about attracting more digital nomads. And I think that with responses like this, I believe we will begin to shed some light on the issue that we as locals from this region may fail to see. Okay, so moving on to, let's say, a bigger picture, or let's zoom out for a second, and let's take a step back and try to see what is the bigger picture here to this topic. So one of our research objectives in the project that I already mentioned, belgradegets.digital, was to better understand what is the user journey of one digital nomad coming to Belgrade in Serbia in general. So we wanted to map all the critical points through that path, through that journey, in order to see where are the happy places, where are the frustrations, where are the things that we can start working on. So it helped us a lot to see how can we basically enhance the user experience of those people through that process. So with that in mind, I would like to ask Owen, could you try to picture your user journey coming here in the region, including all of its milestones? You can hear us? You're on mute. Thank you.
Yep, I can hear you. Yep.
Great.
Yeah, so looking back at my journey, I'll start with some of the bottlenecks and frustrations that I ran into in some previous countries on my way to the Balkans. Was, this unfortunately was a big issue, is the general transportation infrastructure. My first bid in Croatia, I made the mistake of taking the train down in winter from Zagreb to Split, which I had some work deadlines and, failed to adequately anticipate kind of what could go wrong, because in situations like that, a lot can go wrong. Second is finding a co-working space that is open late night. That was a frustration that I felt in the region. I love the co-working spaces that I was able to access from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., but working with international clients, in the U.S., also in Asia, I had a bit of an issue at points communicating with clients, especially my Airbnb ended up on top of a club in Mostara, so it was quite loud at night. And then, one final bottleneck that I actually ran into, as I mentioned, a lot of my work deals with cryptocurrency and blockchain type of companies. So just a general lacking of, digital asset infrastructure to, easily convert, let's say Bitcoin to US dollars, very few opportunities on the ground to meet people to exchange for currency that I can interact with in every day. But then, to counter that, the major milestones of my time in the Balkans really had to be, once I settled down into a fantastic routine where life just felt like home. And I definitely felt that in Mostar, which is why I feel especially drawn to the region. I was able to find a co-working spot at CoHub that I was able to work efficiently out of, and also developing professional contacts, because as much as, digital nomads take from the region, I do want to, try and give back and not just be sucking valuable resources. I want to contribute in some way if I'm benefiting. And then finally, just establishing, connections with complete strangers had to be one of the major milestones for me.
Okay, thank you, Owen. And following this question, and while we are still in the area of zoom out, Dean, the next question is for you. In your introduction and through the photo slide share that we had, you mentioned that you move a lot when it comes to choosing and changing location as a digital nomad. So what, in your opinion, are the most important factors or aspects to consider when picking a location, a destination? How long do you stay there? Could you share that with us?
Yeah, free accommodation and cheap beer. So there are a lot of factors that I take into consideration when I travel and move, but and it changes with season. A digital nomad is a very agile animal, and we change with seasons. But for me, and it's probably the first time you'll hear it today, community is the first thing that comes to mind nowadays that I travel. I check, what's on Facebook. Are there events? Are there meetups? Are there people there? It's very important for me to connect with like-minded people that understand the way I live my life choices, and also the sacrifices that I make. There is a dark side to this lifestyle as well. So it will be first the community, it will be infrastructure, co-living, co-works, spaces generally to work. It could be even coffee shops nowadays. There's some places in the world not very open and accept nomads. They don't really want people to sit there all day and work, and I also can understand this. Weather, of course, is a big one, and this region has a lot of sun and beautiful weather throughout the year, so please don't change it. And also the time zone here is amazing. Please don't change it. Mm-hmm. So the time zone is also important. We do businesses around the world. I think 70% of the business is done with the USA. So this region is really positioned in a very good place on Earth. So that's great. And then there are the small things. I mean, activities, things to do around. It can be culture. If I want to experience the place, I want to make sure that there are some festivals. I've been now again in Croatia, so every day there is something going on in the city center. A lot of day trips that I can do. And what I see now, and I'm starting to like it, and Dubrovnik does it, Zagreb is doing it, and some other cities, they have websites for nomads, so really talks to my preferences and understand that I'm busy. Don't give me a 3 days tour on the mountains with no Wi-Fi. I'm not gonna bite into this. So these are the big factors, but yeah, today it's always community first.
Community first. Okay, thank you for that. And if we had a zoom out, let's have a zoom in. So now I would like to hear from you about your first-hand experience with some regular everyday things that you do in your lives, such as finding accommodation.
It says valid payment or collateral when establishing bank accounts. And then also, I think this was addressed earlier in the in the conference, just the scaling of co-working infrastructure in certain parts of the Balkans, as it seems a bit fragmented at the moment, mainly pointing at Mostar, which has an incredible spot there, but I'm afraid if it scales, that can only serve so many people. But so to get back to point one, the ability of the digital nomad visa to lead to permanent residency, I think a lot of digital nomads, integrate better, join communities, give back more to the country that they're in if they feel like, there's a future for them. And I think Croatia's digital nomad visa at the moment, unfortunately, from my understanding, really emphasizes the term temporary residence, which doesn't lead to permanent residency down the line. And from my understanding as well, there's 6 months between issued residence permits. So this kind of creates an impossible hurdle to become a PR, gain citizenship. For example, I'm back in Hong Kong because of the ability to obtain continuous residency by staying here for 7 years. My previous home of Taiwan had an APRC, permanent residency certificate, which granted it to foreigners after 5 years of continuous living. And I think a lot of people, on the grand scheme of things, if you give yourself to a country or a region and you feel very strongly about it, at some point you might want voting rights, you might want an open work permit, and then just the general free flow right of entry and departure. So those are quite important to me. And then kind of going on that taxation wise, a lot of countries do have reporting obligations outside of their respective countries. For example, unless I'm able to establish a permanent residency and have a tax home according to the IRS, I'm still going to have to pay Uncle Sam at the end of the day. So I would like to find somewhere that I can establish permanent residency and not be double taxed, essentially. And then the third one about recognition of digital assets. I do know that the proposed legislation in Bosnia is in place at the moment. They're looking at a few things dealing with the legitimacy of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. But I still know it's they only recognize the Bosnian mark as the only valid form of currency. I think same with Croatia and the kuna. I think it's pretty clear we exist at a point where millennials are not investing, holding traditional assets to the degree that previous generations did. And recently we've seen El Salvador, Bermuda, Singapore, and quite a few other countries start accepting digital assets as payment, implementing infrastructure for it. And it's attracted not only digital nomads, but institutional investment as well. And, one positive that I've had with some of the digital nomad friendly countries in Asia that I've, established residence in is, an ability to open a bank account there with proof of collateral or funds being digital assets. A lot of other countries refuse to recognize that. So that actually makes locating to certain regions quite tough. And then I won't get too much into the scalability of co-working infrastructure because I think it was touched on quite well earlier, but just at least I saw in Mostar, if we are really going to see a heavy influx of digital nomads, probably need just one more spot. And that's all on my end.
Thank you, Owen. I'm not sure who is in the audience in regards of relevant institutions from all 3 countries and who is online, but you raised a very important questions and topics. So I hope during a coffee break we can discuss this in person, and I hope someone from the organizers or some institution will contact you, Owen, and discuss this further in more details, as I see that these human stories and these perspectives and this experience can be a valuable resource and somehow to lead further development of this topic based on the experience they have from developed markets and countries. So, Owen, please stay unmuted, as I would like to ask you a next question that we also heard on our previous panel. and that is how would you sell the region to the digital nomad you met, for example, in Thailand? Pitch me the place, as we know, and we know that recommendation and word of mouth are the most effective methods to promote a destination. That's something that we found on the internet and during our research. So how would you sell in one sentence or a couple of sentences this region based on your experience? Please,
yeah,
elevator
no problem.
pitch,
Just,
short one.
Yep. Yeah, just to preface, I'd be speaking about Mostar because that's the spot that resonated. But so I would pitch Mostar if I met someone across the world, growing tech digital nomad scene where you can grow as it grows with them. Great mix of work and play, positive micro interactions with people, a resilient history, and I think natural beauty goes without speaking. But also one final thing, incredible meat. The chivapis and borak, gotta be some of the best things I've ever had in my life. So overall, very sustainable for good living.
Thank you. I think that these answers.
A bigger trend of more nomads, more remote workers, and people going to countries where they have a lower cost of living. The internet is still really good. The time zones match where their companies and their customers are. And I think the Balkans is really well placed for all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hijack the microphone. And to add to this, that a digital nomad is a lifestyle, right? And I think someone else stood on stage earlier and talked about what a digital nomad is. Digital nomad, by definition, the Wikipedia definition, the one I think most people go by, is not someone who travels. It's more the freedom to work from anywhere we want. And I know more nomads that just stay in the same city they just work remote. They are remote professionals. It's the freedom to be wherever we want and live the best life we can. For me, being a digital nomad doesn't mean to travel. It means that I control the weather. If I want it to be snowy, within 2-3 hours I can be where it's snowing. It means to control my environment, the food I eat. Last year I replaced my government. I didn't like the government. I flew to somewhere else. And this is the freedom. It's easy solutions. It's really easy solutions. Cost of living is high. I flew somewhere else where cost of living is more reasonable for my income, for what I like. I didn't like the community, the food, whatever. This is an amazing freedom, and it's a movement, and it's a lifestyle that more and more people are attracted to it. It's really I think what everyone said when people say, "Oh, Dini, you're living the dream." It's my dream, but I know that a lot of people want to adopt this lifestyle, and I think it's going to grow tenfold in the next few years. More and more companies understand that this is what people want. This is the life they want, and that technology is here with 5G, and the new technologies are going to change this landscape. We'll be able to do way more things remotely and regardless of the location. As we were here, I've been here for 3 days, and I had some time to think about what we all here to do and what the future of digital nomad lifestyle and people are like. And what could I come up with is that we need to replace the United Nations, the UN, with United Nomads. And it's time to replace the EU for the DU. It's not the European Union, it's a digital union. And this is where I see the future goes. Like, borders are beautiful, and it really marks the lines where you pray for another god to a different god or use a certain coin. But other than that, we are one species, and digital nomad and remote professionals and this movement of not just people, but also move wealth from first world countries into second and third tier countries. This is the big promise of digital nomads. This is what we bring: peace and equality.
Peace, equality. Okay, I think this is a great ending sentence or closing. Basically, we can use this for a closure. If we don't have any question from the audience, and I'm asking also for a from the Zoom participants. Okay, so then we will close this session with a couple of words from my side. Basically, actually, we are getting close to the end of our time together. If there is one thing you would like to share with the audience, and that this audience take away from this session, what would be? Is there anything that you like to share, or we are closing the session? How do you feel about that?
How many hours I have?
How many?
Just say yes and go explore. That's what I have to say. I'm done.
All right. So with this panel and other sessions today, I believe we heard and we gained a greater understanding on how to attract digital nomads, how to position this region as a remote, work-friendly destination, how to not only position for a new digital nomads, but how to create a destination that people want to visit many times in their life. So we are not talking only about digital nomads. We heard that there are some misunderstandings about the definition. We are talking about remote professionals, digital professionals who want to be free and to work from many different locations across the globe. So we are talking about freelancers, digital nomads, IT entrepreneurs, technical university graduates, IT returnees, gig workers, flexible workers. So many different types of that. I like to call it new types of circular migrants, temporary migrants. So I see that as an untapped potential to be explored in the future. How can we basically create new policies and new initiatives, new plans, new strategies to attract them and to create an environment to retain the number of days they're spending and increase the number of days they're spending in the region. In addition, we heard from our panelists, and thank you for that, about their perception of the region. They gave us some new ideas on how to improve the overall experience of remote workers in the region. And I believe that this dialogue gave us new clues on the values and positive influence that digital nomad bring, contributing to the development of not only a city, but also to a region, to a country, or even to a region. Besides things that we heard from our, some obvious things that we heard, I think that overall benefit that I see is that the wider population could benefit from additional ethnic and cultural diversity in this region that will basically in the future contribute to creating a more open, inclusive and tolerant society. This is a closing word from our side. Thank you for listening. Thank you for spending time on a sunny day, as I said, on a sunny Tuesday with us. Hope you learned something from these stories. And again, thank you all. And Owen, thank you for joining. I know it's very late in Hong Kong right now.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Christina, and thank you for the panelists. And with this, we are closing the first conference day. I would like to thank everyone in the audience for sticking with us today. I hope that we started some discussions and gave you some new topics that can be discussed tonight at the party. Just some more information. The party tonight starts at 8. It will be happening at this hotel. It will be partly outside and partly covered, so I still advise everyone to wear a jacket, get warm, or dance a lot. So we will have dinner at the party tonight at 8 o'clock, starting a bit earlier. And today we had 16 people come on this stage. 2 people actually were here via Zoom, but that means that you saw 14 new faces, or maybe some more familiar, that you're going to get to talk to tonight as well. And I strongly encourage you, just do what Dean said, just say yes and approach people and use this time that we get to have together to collaborate, cooperate, maybe work out something new together. Thank you so much, and I will see you tonight.